Okay, good morning, everyone. If you could please find your seats. We're about to begin the final day of CREF. Getting started a few minutes late, but that's just because we have introduced an interesting new speaker this morning, the Minister of Transport from the Bahamas, who will be joining us shortly. Well, first of all, thank you all for joining this morning. Thank you all for your attendance in the roundtables. I saw 12 distinct topics being discussed with much dynamism, and I'm so delighted to see that you've made all those connections this morning. For our session today, which will run until 5 p.m. as opposed to in previous years where we finished at lunch, so please make sure you come back after lunch for our session on large renewables. We will be hosted by our chairperson, Victoria Miles, who is the CEO and CIO of Impact A Global. Victoria, please join us. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Kerry, and welcome everyone to the third and final day of this fantastic conference. We've got another fascinating lineup with many prestigious panels for the day. My name is Victoria Miles. I'm the founder of Impact Global. We're a specialist debt fund that was set up a couple of years ago to provide financing for sustainable infrastructure projects in the Global South. Our particular focus is on supporting the build-out of greenfield resilient infrastructure that drives and addresses climate transition. We focus on clean energy, clean mobility, water access, and healthcare. And we have a particular focus on less served markets where there may be more scarcity of long tenor financial resources for project finance. So the Caribbean, a market that I've followed for over 20 years, is a market of critical focus for us. We are a relatively new entity, and this is my first time participating in CREF and having the privilege to do so. And I attend conferences across the globe, focused across emerging markets. But what I really noted and what really jumped out at me participating in this conference is the collaboration that we see on a regional basis across the Caribbean between nations and territories. I think there are over 25 or 30 represented here today or over the course of the conference. And that collective focus on enabling change, on sharing knowledge to drive the energy transition forward really stands out. And it's fantastic also to see the regional players and the regional entities that are demonstrating so much leadership to move this transition forward and to see consistently such energy and such positivity in the room. So I really commend you all, and it's incumbent on all of us to drive this important transition forward. We begin today with a brief keynote address from the Honourable Vaughan Miller, Minister of the Environment and Natural Resources of the Bahamas. Minister Miller became an MP in 2017 and was appointed in 2021 to serve as Cabinet Minister for the Environment and Natural Resources in the Bahamas. Welcome, Minister Miller.
Good morning. No, that's weak. You can do better than that. Good morning, everyone. It's an honor to be here. Firstly, give Almighty God thanks for preserving us, keeping us, and affording us this opportunity. I would like to begin by recognizing and applauding the chairman of the Caribbean Renewable Energy Forum, CREF, Mr. Jerry Christopher Butler. He's a son of our soil, a proud Bahamian, my illustrious brother, driven by a global vision. And he has worked tirelessly to accelerate efforts to assist in our transition to clean energy. And to him and his entire executive team and the committee of individuals who made this event possible, I think they deserve a round of applause. I'm accompanied by my permanent secretary, Mr. David Davis, also Mr. Keno Cambridge, consultant, Ms. Samantha Black. She's our public relations and media persons to make certain that whatever I say here, it gets to wherever it needs to go, particularly back home. Other persons from the Bahamas, Mr. Gillis Deal from the Ministry of Energy, Mr. Brendan Darville from the Office of the Prime Minister, and Ms. Hepburn, Ms. Moss from our utilities regulator, ERCA. Together, we comprise and call ourselves Team Bahamas. Climate change remains a crisis for our country. As a small island developing state, the Bahamas is painfully aware of the realities of climate change. Therefore, transitioning to a greener economy stands as a paramount objective for us. It was just last year that I stood before you and brought brief remarks on behalf of the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas as we accepted an award for the Central Abaco Primary School. As many of you are aware, the Abacos and Grand Bahama, in some aspects, are still recovering from the impact of Hurricane Dorian in 2019, a hurricane that the then Secretary General of the United Nations referred to and referenced as Hurricane Hell. The roof of the school was totally destroyed. We were able to replace the roof, and with resource assistance from some of our partners at this conference, we were able to install rooftop solar and battery backup to the school. The school now, quite literally, it serves as a beacon on a hill, as it is now designated as a hurricane shelter for the community. In the years since then, we have been working and building capacity in the field. The government is committed to the introduction of 30% renewable energy to the national grid by 2033. Renewable energy offers sustainable and the long-term economic benefits to Bahamians. In the Bahamas, our primary energy goal is to create an affordable energy system that powers all modern life in a way that's reliable, that's safe, and clean, with minimal interruption by 2033. The geography of the Bahamas is unique. About 70%, of our nation's population reside on the island of New Providence, where our capital, Nassau, is located, while the remaining 30% spreads across some 16 major islands. I don't know if you've ever heard, but there's a popular saying, that the Bahamas is the country of some 700 islands, rocks, and keys. This observation means that there must be a replication of energy resources to meet the needs of our people, which is in many instances very costly. Our electricity rate is in the 40 cents per kilowatt hour range. This high cost is not only restricting deeper economic growth, but of course, it affects the cost of living. We are among the lowest emitters to the global carbon budget, but investments in renewable energy equate to investments in our way of life. In the last year, 10 sites across New Providence have either been certified with rooftop solar or are now in the process of completing preliminary work necessary to conduct the installation. For us, operation and maintenance is an emerging issue on these systems. We look forward to continuing the work with our industry partners to ensure the continued resilience of these systems and the Bahamas at large. The Ministry of Energy and Transport, they have released a series of requests for proposals, RFPs, to onboard almost 30% of renewable energy generation. We feel this is a significant step for us. The RFP is ultimately to have a lower price of electricity by use of cleaner, less costly fuels, and laying the groundwork for potential green hydrogen plants in the future. The path for the generation of affordable, sustainable, and reliable electricity is being forged by both public and private stakeholders. As we continue in our transition to cleaner and ultimately renewable energy sources, the Bahamas is committed to building in climate resilience, not only in our infrastructure, ensuring that new and existing infrastructure is able to withstand extreme weather events, implementing sustainable land use practices, protecting our natural ecosystems, and enhancing our disaster response and preparedness and response capabilities, but also, and most important, to build our human capacity. We completed training in solar installation last year, where public and private sector individuals were qualified to sit the international certification, of course, upon successful completion of the course. It is critically important to increase our human capacity to address the challenges that climate change continues to bring to our shores. We will soon be introducing solar installation training into our schools, and this would require additional support. In closing, I would like to thank the Caribbean Renewable Energy Forum, CREF, for the invitation to share with you this morning. I would also like to thank our partners for their continued support. As we look to the future, the energy transition is of paramount importance, and building in climate resilience is critically important to us. Our effective transition will require the collective effort of all. That's inclusive of businesses, the government, communities, and individuals working together. Let us continue to commit to building a more sustainable and secure future for all. I leave you with the words of Dr. Maulana Karenga, who says, "Know our past and honor it. Engage our present and improve it. And imagine a new future and forge it in the most ethical, effective, and expansive ways. The Almighty God, Yahweh Elohim, continue to bless not only the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, but all of the nations here represented in this room, and to make the wealth common. I thank you, Hotep.
Thank you, Minister Miller, for such an inspiring opening. We heard from the Minister about the paramount objective of building resilience and furthering the process towards climate transition in the Bahamas. Our next panel will look at the broader geopolitical environment and discuss geopolitics, climate, and energy security. Is the Caribbean a priority? That's going to be moderated by Bruce Levy, the CEO of BMR Energy. Thank you.
Thanks. We're I guess, marshaling here, so give us a minute. Okay, well, thanks, everyone. We have an interesting panel here this morning. I'm joined by Robert Lahunt from the IDB. Sorry, I had a paper. It seems to have Barbara Feinstein from the State Department, U.S. State Department. She's Deputy Assistant Secretary of the U.S. State Department. And lastly, all the way to my right, is Joseph Cox, Assistant Secretary General of CARICOM. So the general topic we want to discuss today, and the title is very interesting because I think the Caribbean has become a priority, certainly for all the panelists on the stage. But the real issue is, what are the challenges that their organizations have identified as key for the energy transition in the Caribbean, and specifically what their organizations are planning to do to help deal with those challenges. So why don't we just work down the road for you, start, Robert, and get started.
Okay, so you just want me to give you the answer to all the questions. Good morning, all. It is indeed a pleasure being here, and thank you very much. So, indeed, as I said, a pleasure being part of this distinguished panel. Well, really, I mean, I've been talking about this a lot for this session since yesterday, and we understand that the whole clean energy, the energy transition, is important to the region. And why is it important? Because about 15% of our GDP is spent on energy, but we have challenges in that transition, and we've been talking about a lot of them going down since yesterday. The reality is, a lot of the governments in the region have a lot of debt, and a lot of them are way above the 60% debt to GDP ratio. A lot of the governments in the region, we estimated the IDB, we need about about $20 billion just to deal with the SDG goals that is right before us. So their capacity to be able to fix the problem and to deal with the transition and to play an active role from a government perspective is really not there. So this transition needs to be, in my mind, driven to a large extent by the private sector. The private sector and the roles, there's a lot of private sector money that is around. There's over, in some cases, you hear figures about $200 billion in the Caribbean alone, $15 trillion. And the concept really, there's a lot of private sector money that is looking for proper investments. And I think that is where we have to channel this transition. And therefore, how do we get a greater share of that money coming into the region? I mean, that to me, and so that is where I think the focus needs to be. And the focus needs to be also, and the role that we need to play from a collaborative perspective as countries operating in the region. There's a conversation around that I would like to talk about. And finally, what is the role of the MDBs and their private sector arms in getting us to tap in and helping us to create projects that are required to allow us to tap into this large array of private sector funding. So that really is how I see it. I mean, I could go and I wouldn't talk at this point in time. When I come back around, I will let you know what is my organization as the IDB doing. And we have looked at the problem in those different buckets and recognizing some of the challenges associated with each one of those buckets. We have attempted to create solutions that will at least be able to be helpful for the region. So that is how I see the problem as it is, as my opening statement.
Thank you. Barbara?
Good morning. It is a pleasure to be with all of you and to be with my distinguished colleagues on this panel, my third time at CREF, which is always a place for really stimulating conversations on these important topics. From my perspective, on behalf of the State Department and really here as a representative of the US government, we have, under the Biden-Harris administration, markedly increased our engagement across all aspects of our policy with the Caribbean, with a specific focus on energy. So as many of you may know in this room, at the Summit of the Americas in June of 2023, we launched the US Caribbean Partnership to Address the Climate Crisis, or PAC 2030. And the way that we've gone about this process, I think, is markedly different from how we've done it in the past, in the sense that it is a true partnership with the Caribbean, with CARICOM, for example, and many of the countries that make up CARICOM, as well as the Dominican Republic, to very intentionally look at what are the challenges, what are the needs, what are the pain points, and how can we leverage the various tools at our disposal within the US government, whether it's working to provide technical assistance on the regulatory environment, helping to build a pipeline of projects, working to increase access to finance by working with partners at the IDB or within the multilateral development banks from a policy perspective, as well as at the local level, what can be done to facilitate responses to climate events and mitigation. So we're looking at a comprehensive set of tools that we can bring to bear in a context of much greater engagement and appreciation of both the challenges and vulnerabilities in the Caribbean, and ensuring that the Caribbean itself has a voice in articulating and helping to execute that policy. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Barbara. We do appreciate the interventions thus far under the PAC 2030, that is for sure, at CARICOM. But one of the things that I want to raise this morning is that I think that where we are at, and we need to start operating on a basic set of themes. One, communicate; two, collaborate. Where we're at now, we need $20 billion over the next probably 5 years, 6 years, to meet our renewable energy goals. That would be the target. But we are in an environment where there are $7 trillion in fuel subsidies, in fossil fuel subsidies that obtain. Now, obviously, that skews any project or any kind of engagement that you're going to have regarding the sector. We have to look at these things in a very clear-eyed way. Because in the same sense that, for example, over the past couple of days, we've been hearing a lot about project preparation. It is well known. A lot of the projects, a lot of people have a lot of good ideas, but the projects are not bankable. We know this. So therefore, the emphasis has to be on project preparation. I know IDB is doing something in that sphere. USAID is doing something in that sphere. CREF is doing that and doing something in that sphere. But the fact of life, from where we sit, what we need to see is a collaboration. Because individually, there's this old saying, individually we go fast, but collectively we go far. If we were to actually merge efforts, for example, in terms of the project preparation, interventions, it seems to us that we'd get something of greater scale. I mean, we do have some concepts that, if I allow time, I'd like to speak to later on in this engagement. But the fact of life is that we have to start to look at how do we transform. There's something that I wrote in my book a couple of years ago. I call it the 4P principle: plan, prepare, pivot, and profit. And frankly speaking, that's a kind of strategy that we need to embrace in treating with these issues, because we know the issues. We know that the adverse debt dynamics within the countries, they don't have the capabilities to offer even sovereign guarantees, because those things become as contingent liabilities and exacerbate the problems they have. This is well known. We also know that where some of the solutions lie in public-private partnerships, there are some interventions that are required in terms of strengthening the legislative base, because some countries don't even have PPP legislation to treat with it. And that's the kind of thing that we're looking at, strengthening the base, but we have to do it. But the sad part of it, and this is where it really becomes troubling, we're running out of time. We are running out of time.
Well, as someone who's been at this in the Caribbean for over 10 years, what I've noticed in these conferences, I think the panel I was on yesterday, we had exactly the same title last year of what are the barriers preventing this from happening. And so the real challenge we have, and just on all, Robin mentioned all the money that's available, and year after year we hear folks from each of the countries saying, yes, I know the money's available, but I can't access it. I don't know how to get to it. And so we all know, we've been spending a lot of time on this. There's been money around, there's more money around, that's great. But how are we facilitating access to it in a way that is responsible and make sure it's actually gets to its purpose and the results are measurable? Is there any steps taken by IDB, by the US State Department and all the other US agencies and CARICOM to do that? Why don't we take turns answering that?
Well, I hear you. And I mean, I've had if you look, my background in this region has been long, especially in the financing fees. I mean, I came from commercial banking in the largest commercial bank, and I was a minister of public utilities. And now I'm at the IDB, heading the Caribbean division. And you're right. We talk about these things a lot, and we need to start to put things in place. But there are some realities that we know. We are small countries. When you look at, you want a bankable projects, what does the international market want? You got to start to prepare yourself for that. What is the kind of financing that they need? They are looking at large projects, right? We need to find a way of how do we bring together, pool some of our projects that we are looking at, so that we could look at large, impactful projects from a regional perspective. So that is one. And one of the things that IDB has looked at in doing that this year in January, in March, we have prepared something called One Caribbean. And we have gotten the funding put in place, $20 million capital put in place to set up a project preparation unit that is specifically going to looking at large regional impactful projects, not only in this space, but this space primarily, and also trying to see how we could prepare and get these projects fit and ready for shovel ready for the international market so that we will be able to attract the funds. So that's a problem, and we have decided that we are going to we have also set up a trust fund at IDB that will allow governments and private sector to donate to, so that we could help to be able to subsidize the cost of some of these projects with blended financing and also fund a project preparation unit. So that's one thing we did. Next thing that IDB has done in light of that situation, with the help of our partners from the United States and the State Department, at IDB, we have increased the capital of our private sector arm. We need private sector to get this investment going. We have now doubled the size of IDB, new capital, $3.5 billion in new capital investment pledged by a lot of the countries, all member countries. And why is that so? And especially for the region, and I fought for that a lot, because that allows the IDB to take more risk. That allows the IDB to work on upstreaming of those projects. That allows the IDB to take equity in some of these projects. So we have created, by facilitating the growth of the IDB, an opportunity for it to be able to deal with the financing opportunity. So that is something new that, again, has just come on board. All right? And we also, as I said, I think the challenge has to come from the private sector arms of the MDBs. A lot of emphasis has been talking about IDB and World Bank, and we need concessionary funding, and we need this. And the truth is, the MDBs and the private sector arms have to work with these projects closer and take a different approach, get involved in them, had a little bit more hand-holding, a little bit more partnership. And therefore, I think the focus, I know we are doing that at the IDB, and I hope the IFC from the World Bank will step up, and they will also start to play a greater role. And finally, the IDB itself, from what is required, as you heard, is a lot of improvement in our regulatory frameworks and so forth. And we, from the government side, we have been increasing our support in our member countries and working with the CDB in helping the non-member countries in the region, in helping them to work on putting together the regulatory framework and increasing our presence there. So from a private sector funding side, and as I said, I came from a banking background. At the end of the day, it's all well and good. I've tired seeing projects being talked about. Everybody have an idea, but the projects are not getting anywhere. And therefore, I think this initiative of One Caribbean by the IDB and putting the money where their mouth is and putting up a structure via a trust fund that will continue to see funding into that particular venture is something that could be a game changer in us finally being able to move some of these concepts and discussions into meaningful projects. And therefore, we kind of get rid of the fluff and the talk and try to get something actually happening. So those are some of the things that has happened over the last year, since I was here last year, recognizing some of the problems and what we have been able to do, at least from an IDB perspective, in dealing concrete measures to deal with some of the problems.
Thanks. I think my remarks are very complimentary of Robert's in the sense that, as he noted, the U.S. government has been very supportive of the IDB's moves towards the One Caribbean strategy, also supportive of the capital increase for IDB Invest, the private sector arm, to do exactly the kinds of interventions that Robert has talked about. And that's been part of the Biden-Harris administration, specifically Secretary Yellen's MDB Evolution initiative, to try to ensure that the MDBs are fit for purpose in the current environment and the unique vulnerabilities of the Caribbean. In terms of specifically providing support for bankable projects, I think that's something where we've seen a real evolution in the US government's approach. So whereas formerly, I would say agencies like USAID were providing support for example, an entrepreneur who wanted to get financing, there would be a grant given to that entrepreneur. But if they discovered that there was a technical fix that needed to happen, they then needed to find somehow their own financing to fix this problem to be more bankable. We now have a program that is much more holistic in nature, looking at every aspect of cultivating and nurturing that pipeline of projects with a target of facilitating financing, $100 million of financing by 2030 for a pipeline of bankable projects related to climate mitigation, renewable energy, adaptation, efficiency, et cetera. And that's, as Robert said, a very deliberate process of working with entrepreneurs throughout that process of pre-feasibility studies, feasibility studies, on-demand technical assistance to address deficiencies in those proposals so that they can be bankable. Having experts who are familiar with the specific regulatory regimes in the individual countries in which these companies are based to help them problem solve and get to that stage where their projects are bankable. And in addition, even having a component of catalytic capital so that the project can go all the way from concept to actually being bankable. In addition, we're also looking and supporting on the regulatory side through other U.S. government agencies, whether it's USTDA and feasibility studies or support for regulation, for example, on battery storage in the Dominican Republic, or through the State Department's power sector project, and looking at St. Lucia or other countries and support that they might need to make that renewable energy transition. So I would say specifically through PAC 2030, we have been able to reduce a lot of the silos across the US government and look country by country, what is the challenge, what needs to be unlocked in terms of barriers, what are the tools that we can bring to bear, and then work in a much more complementary fashion than we have before.
All right, no, and those are very useful initiatives from both the IDB and State Department and the U.S. government. But again, folks, what I'm looking at is projects at scale. If we're looking at doing project preparation, and I was in a meeting earlier this week, and I was hearing, you can get funding, probably a grant funding up to $1 million for a PPP, and the PPF, sorry. The reality of life, if you're talking about a very large scale power project, I'm not quite convinced that $1 million, while it will help, I don't know that that is sufficient to treat with all all the costs that are associated with that process, pre-feasibility, feasibility going right through. But what I'm saying, and if I repeat again, it seems to me that what we need to really transform this power space, this renewable power space, is to collaborate, combining efforts. You have already indicated that, Barbara, that you and Robert, you're working, seamlessly, as it were, in treating with that. I want to see other partners come on board. I also want to see facilities come on board whereby we are starting to tap into our pension funds. Some of the countries obviously not able to give guarantees. We go back to the years when we used to use something akin to MICA to provide the kind of guarantees so we can start to transform the space, because capital market solutions are there, but sometimes we will need that additional impetus. Because I am genuinely, I'm very appreciative of the efforts thus far, don't get me wrong. But I'm still maintaining that what we need. For example, Robert is speaking about a trust fund. To me, we need something probably I don't know, $500 million in terms of scale. Whereas, and this is where we will all disagree, and I know Bruce will probably kill me for this, but I'm sorry. But I am not one of those. Grant funding is fine and is necessary. But I also believe that for some very large projects, people need to have some skin in the game. And therefore, I believe in low-cost things that are supported by some form of collateral, and then probably in terms of the trust fund, it becomes a revolving fund, so therefore you can leverage it over time to get additional impetus. But to be honest with you, where I'm at now, and I don't want to sound like, I'm complaining, but the truth of it is that I'm not convinced that right now we have sufficient finance at hand to treat the projects of scale and to effect the real transformation I believe that we are capable of producing over the next couple of years. Thank you.
Well, again, I go back to my banking days, right? And of course, you always hear, even in the banks, when it was small business that everybody wants, and the banks are not giving. The truth of the matter is there's a link, all right? Based on my analysis, there's over $200 billion worth of money in the region itself. And there are lots of money. When I speak to people from Import-Export Bank, they are all saying the same thing. Listen to me, guys. We have money we want to lend. There is money out there. The problem that, as I said before, was the lack of transformational projects. That's what that's the problem. That's one pillar that I am hearing a lot. And we have to recognize that what it is when we talk about a project for these to attract the type of private sector investments, we are looking at regional large projects, because that is what the private sector wants. And the reality is, if you want those funds, you have to prepare the projects to be able to get those type of funds in. And as I said, what we are looking at putting in place at One Caribbean is that facility to allow that to happen, to allow for those types of projects to come forward, which I am convinced that once the projects are on the table, that the money will follow, right? I think the money will follow. The money is out there. Now, I agree with you, there are some things that are also need to be added. I am hearing about the catalyst fund. Those things will also help. But I think we got to start. We have to start by recognizing what is the problem. We are small, independent countries. We can't be talking about this one small projects. We need to be getting transformational. We need to look at this as a group. And CARICOM being the organization charged with bringing this integration movement, needs to be also playing a significant role in saying to the leaders, listen, we got to get together. We have to work together. We have to get these projects. And that needs to be a message that needs to be sink into those leaders as best as we can.
Can I just, this is a great conversation. I want to keep it going. But and I'm going to pour a little salt on the wound right now. But if you look at the Caribbean and what's happened, just say in the last year or even the last 6 months, every time there has been an RFP for power issued by a government, or in the case of the Dominican, kind of an open call where they've given out contract, there's been 5 to 10 times the response. If they're looking for 100 megawatts, they get 500. They're looking for 1,000, they get 5,000 or 10,000. And so as a developer, and I'm maybe a little prejudiced here, I think there's not enough opportunities for us to propose. And why aren't there? We hear the term bankable project. There's got to be a buyer of the power. And this is utility scale. We'll talk a second about, industrial and commercial. There's got to be a financeable PPA that's somehow shows that the buyer is going to pay for what the seller is offered at whatever price they offer, and prices are pretty low in some of these things. And to my knowledge, in the last year, there's been 2 opportunities to sell power on the long-term PPA. It's been Jamaica just had their RFP bids loot last week, and the Dominican Republic gave out, I don't know, 1,000 megawatts of PPAs, not through a bid, but through negotiation. But there's lots of people doing standard offer deals in Barbados, but now there's not enough room to take them anymore until they figure out what to do with batteries. And Puerto Rico's got, who knows what's going on there, with lots of bids going in, and they've got a lot of regulatory issues to resolve. And so, not wanting to pile on, Joseph, but really the countries, the nations have to have a plan. If they want to do a transition, they have to say, okay, I'm going to go out to buy power. I'm going to do a competitive bid, and we're going to get low prices. And like I said, the prices that came in the Jamaica's bid last week were fantastic. But that isn't happening. And the question is why? Lots of good reasons. I'm not saying they're just intentionally not doing it, but what can we do to help them get to where they're comfortable with doing those things? And I think CARICOM's got a lot of programs, but they haven't really yielded results yet. And maybe we're real close to it, but getting more projects available isn't going to help that problem. So what can we do? What's CARICOM doing? What can we all else do to help?
All right. Simple. One, you need to increase the capacity. We have to do some capacity building, because at the country levels, in some countries, you do have challenges in terms of the preparations, RFPs, etc., the analysis of the projects going forward. No question about that. The irony of it is that I listened to Robert and I had to smile. 5 or 6 years ago, I was one of those persons at the OAS where we presented to the private sector, and of course the political directorate at the time, some 4 point something billion worth of projects coming out of this region, coming out of the 15 member countries of CARICOM. So you see, Robert, it's not just rhetoric. We actually practice what we preach in terms of collaboration. And that's why I'm commending to you guys to equally collaborate, because the silo approach really doesn't work. But the point is simply this, that when we start to look at what is going on there, I agree, there are challenges in it, there are gaps that we have to fill, right? But if the thing is simply this, that once we start to treat with the building of the capacity, treating with that hand-holding that you referenced before, I think we can, this time, this is not a time, this is not rhetoric. This is a time where where we are looking at something that can actually work, right? But it's a matter now of really coming together and driving that process. When I look, for example, at a number of the interventions that have been made in terms of investments that have been proposed and so on, the regulation sometimes of the approval process is very costly. It's time-consuming, it's costly. We know this. These things can be strengthened, but we don't. You see, this is one time we have to walk and chew gum at the same time or something to that effect. Because the fact of life, we don't have the luxury of time to sit down and try to fix everything, and then we suddenly put out the perfect thing. So we're going to have to be changing along the way. But we at CARICOM, we are very committed, and that's why we have our institutions. We have the institutions such as CREF, who are doing interventions in countries, and that's what it's about. We at the Secretariat, we continue to push and continue to encourage and provide assistance where appropriate in terms of seeking to strengthen the regulatory environment, etc., etc. And that is where we are doing it. Now, you may say that that's not enough, but then guess what? A journey starts with a single step. And the fact of life is that what we are doing is that we are using our political convening power to sell this message. So, Robert, just lay your fears. We have been engage. Our Council of Ministers, the Council of Trade and Economic Development, meet the energy ministers. We have been speaking ad nauseum about these issues. So trust me, the dialogue is in place and we are treating accordingly.
You know, Barbara, you going to step in?
I can.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Let me, before I step back.
No, I mean, I would just say, I think obviously this is a problem that needs to be tackled from multiple vantage points. And there is, as we've talked about before, the need to build a pipeline of bankable projects. And then there's also the regulatory aspect. And I think that's where we've seen on the US government side that some of the greatest and most transformational developments in the Caribbean, we've been able to play some sort of supportive role in, whether it was most recently Jamaica's issuance of a tender for solar, I think 100 megawatts, the first time in 7 years. We were able to support with the procurement, technical assistance, as well as advisory services. We've done a solar rooftop study in Jamaica that will help with distributive generation. In Dominica, that's been obviously a longer term process with many different partners and great leadership from the government of Dominica and the private sector. But I think those are examples of when we use all of the different tools in our toolkit plus the private sector, we can achieve these kinds of transformational advances, but it requires all of us as the Assistant Secretary General said, rowing in the same direction in a very coordinated fashion.
And I agree with you on everything that is being said. The reality is, in some of these, you ask the question, what's the problem? That it is not an easy thing to do. It is not that simple. I could tell you, as the Minister of Public Utilities, I sat and I got some fantastic deals that are coming in to put some fantastic solar energy plants in Trinidad. I have 2,000 megawatts I am paying for of electricity. I have contracts that I am bounded by. I have take-or-pay contracts. Yes, I am signed up with Paris, and yes, I would like to increase my intake of solar and clean energy. I am presently using 1,200 megawatts. I am paying for 2,000 megawatts. Do I buy 2,000? Do I make it 2,300 because I'm getting a good price? Just add on 300 megawatts because it's a good thing to do. Now, in Trinidad, it's a particular case. The truth of the matter is, so that's a reality that is practical that we are presently facing. The other point, I always use a very controversial argument. In any transition or any major transition in time, and the one that pops into mind during slavery, when we abolished slavery, or when someone decided that we don't want slavery anymore, all right? Remember those times? Even at that time, when it was stopped, the individuals who owned slaves were compensated so that they were able to move from one system to another. So there is precedent in that particular type of arrangement. Now, I'm not saying that we're comparing this to slavery. The reality is the concept, this whole idea of stranded assets is real. You have a lot of people who have invested, and if, for example, we pass legislation in the country to allow everyone, all the big hotels in Barbados, or any country, I just call Barbados, not Barbados, but any country, or any big intaker, to put solar panels and to remove themselves off the grid. What will happen? At the end of the day, somebody has to pay. I, of the government, have a take or pay contract. What will happen? This is what will happen. One, I will have excess power that I need to pay, or two, I need to raise the costs to all the poor people so that I don't have to pay. And remember, my debt is already very high. I have limited space. I'm dealing with climate issues. So at this point in time, those are the real issues. I was the minister. I sat there with these issues before me to make. And what do? Do you then just say, well, all right, I am getting it, I need it, bring it on, I have the money to. In Trinidad case, in sometimes we were able to do it, but a lot of the smaller islands can't afford. So the transition requires discussions, collaboration, additional help, all right, time, and I agree, once these contracts are able to be moved out, they should be substituted by clean energy contracts, and we need to support that. But that's the truth. Those are some of the real issues.
This is the most honest thing I ever heard about the transition in the Caribbean. This is a real problem. We went through it in the United States when we had to, get out of transition to IPPs. There was transition charges. Utilities will be collecting these in the States for 50 years in many places because they couldn't make it a too big a charge. But that is a real problem that nobody wants to admit because, and I'm, in respect of the countries, you're under a lot of pressure to do a transition, but you have obligations. So how do you deal with it? You got to come up with a plan. Has anybody discussed the transition plan? Maybe we should, right? But switching gears a little, because I think what we've seen is where the government won't do, the citizens will do. And so what we've seen in many countries is the C&I and residential developments have been much more successful than the utility scale because of things like stranded costs. So what has the various agencies here done in the last, call it, year to help developers that are focused mostly on residential and commercial industrial? Because those are less bankable because the credits are private citizens and small companies. How have, and I know there's some programs, and I'll let you all talk about your program, how have you developed programs to address, and maybe if you can't do it at the utility scale, let's try to do it at the end user scale to develop that part of the business? I don't know, has the IDB have programs focused on C&I and residential? I think the PAC 2030 has some, and I don't know what CARICOM's done. So maybe we'll talk about that. We're got 10 minutes left, so why don't we talk about that as we go and focus on transition after the conflict.
Well, again, I guess the issue surrounding, and I go back to my day when this matter came up. To be able to do that, we have been working, the IDB have been working with a lot of governments. When I was the minister, I used the IDB a lot in development of these feeder tariffs, right, which are important, and putting that legislation in place to allow for people, residents, to be able to put their solar panels on and for them to be able to sell their excess power to the grid. So IDB has been working a lot from the bank perspective in helping those areas. And we have been encouraging governments to be able to, and most of the commercial banks, even in the region, have been putting together packages and facilities to allow that to happen. But I go back to that same point that I made before. I must admit, as the Minister of Public Utilities, the speed at which I was doing this feeder tariffs, right, I wasn't running it down every single day to make it happen. And why? As I told you, if I run it and make it happen and I put the legislation in place, what am I actually doing? I am encouraging people to put solar panels, which is a good thing, and reduce their intake and their take from the grid themselves. When I do that, I am already paying, I have a take or pay contract, which I have to service. And therefore, I need to manage that transition. It's all part of the transition. And that is true. And as you said, if we want it to happen, the question needs to ask ourselves, I'm not comparing it to slavery. How are we going to deal with that particular strata assets cost? And what are we going to pay? how is going to look at that compensation cost and who is going to fund that to allow for it to happen. And I admit that I didn't deal with it every single day that I went because it was the most important thing to do. And after 3 years, we were able to put the necessary feeder tariff in place. And that is why I didn't deal with it as quickly as we should, because I am not sure that I wanted to encourage people to put solar panels on the roofs at that point in time, because it would have had a severe financial impact on my power generating company, of which I also owned. I am no longer the minister, and I no longer speak on behalf of the Trinidad and Tobago government, so I plead the fifth on that particular.
Yeah, I think I would address it from a slightly different perspective, piggybacking off of Robert's comments, which is I think that as we've seen from the perspective of certainly CARICOM and many Caribbean governments, it is not a matter of not wanting to make the transition to renewable energy, but the financial costs associated therewith, whether in terms of, compensation for utilities, stranded assets, et cetera. How do you make the math work to try to make this kind of transition happen? And so I think that is where some of these issues on the MDB side and access to finance really matter. When you look at Caribbean economies that have come out of COVID but had terrible costs with the reduction of tourism revenues and have very little fiscal space. So then when they look at the kind of financing needed to make these kinds of transitions and then aren't able to find competitive rates to do so, then they find themselves very much stuck for the kinds of transactions at scale that Assistant Secretary General Cox is referring to. And so in that sense, we really do think that this MDB evolution, maybe you would say revolution, initiative is necessary to look at these issues of vulnerability and to look at countries in a different way, provide greater flexibility. And I think we've seen some of that, certainly, the reforms that Robert mentioned at the IDB, but also at the IMF, the Resilience Trust, and supporting from the US government perspective, countries like Barbados, Jamaica, to get access to those facilities at concessionary rates. We've also looked at other evolutions in the financial infrastructure, including debt deferment clauses that now the World Bank is looking to make standard as part of their lending, so that if a country gets hit by a catastrophic shock, they are not then having to pay back, on the same schedule as previously. So I think sometimes the best way you can address these macro issues is through those evolutions in the financial architecture.
Good point. And just one small thing I'd add to that. We're all aware, right, that 40 to 60% of GDP across our region are attributed to the informal economy. You have situations, you have states where you have 1 million people of no fixed address. They live in marginal housing, etc., etc. Some of the solutions that we'll be talking about, for example, because of sometimes outdated building codes, you can't just change your housing stock overnight. Some of the roofs cannot accommodate solar panels, etc., etc. These are some of the real issues that we face. Another part of it to effect the kind of transition is, of course, a lot of public education has to be undertaken. There is no way you are going to get, for example, people adopting electric vehicles or even the hybrids without a considerable public education. And you also have to look at what are the pain points. How do they afford it? If you look at the actual per capita income that obtains, how do people afford these things to actually engage in it, to participate in it? So the fact of life is, as I keep saying, one of the challenges that we face as a region is probably another 5 years or so when the new emission standards come on stream out of Europe. We may well find ourselves in a situation whereby the vehicles are being dumped in our region, which is going to delay our process, just a matter of pure, straightforward cost. right? No other, there's no sexiness to this. This is just pure cost and what people can afford. So the point is simply this, that that is why I like the collaborative approach, because frankly speaking, there are many parts of this equation. Regulatory, public education, capacity building at national levels to do that. And of course, we look at things like, and again, we have to look at what countries are coming out of COVID. They're severely indebted in large part. So even in terms of bonds, love to speak about green bonds and the capabilities and of course the capital market possibilities. But the truth of it is that sometimes even in those modalities, they are restricted. What?
Okay, well, look, great conversation so far. We have about 2 minutes left, minute and a half left, so we don't have time to solve these problems. But it'd be great to hear each of you give us 30, 45 seconds on what you think after this conversation you might go back and think about more. Because I think there's clearly some real challenges that we've identified or talked about. They're not new challenges. And maybe this conversation will give us some motivation to think about or explore or discuss at greater depth.
Listen, at the end of the day, as I see it, you cannot separate the energy transition from the overall development needs of this region. This region itself, energy transition, we have climate. Our region has had a deficit in the amount of money that is required to be channeled into the region. And I have said that a lot of these multi-development banks have not given this region its share of focus. I am very thankful for what is happening now with the initiative from the United States. But if I would say myself, this is an initiative that should have been on play a little bit earlier, but I'm thankful for it now. And the truth is, this region requires a lot of capital to deal with a number of eminent development issues. We all need to work together to bring the focus on we need to sell and continue to push our geopolitical importance and ensure that we get assistance in development needs, which will mean long-term funding, longer-term funding. Mayor Motley has spoken about it, 50-year development funding at lower rates, right? And in the interim, we continue to look at each one of the pockets of the problems that we face, which are very multifaceted, and try to deal with each one of them as best as we can and chip away at it. But we need more funding to come, development funding, to come into the region so that we could address all of our development needs, all of which are critical because of the deficit in funding that we have had over the years.
Thanks. I would very much echo those comments, and I think it reinforces the need to look at the full ecosystem of the problem, and again, not just take this siloed approach. And I think working with our respective capabilities here, ensuring that we are well coordinated. I also should mention equity has come up a number of times, as well as the need for more capital. And I did want to mention the good news that we have the Development Finance Corporation on behalf of the US government will now have someone based in the region, which we think will be very useful also in stimulating greater capital investments. I think in addition to this issue of large scale projects, there is still a deficit of financing for some of these smaller scale projects, $2 million and less, which, while not addressing these huge challenges, is still, when we're talking about smaller economies, I think that still remains a gap that we've got to work to address collectively.
Well, all right. My perspective is that as I end, is how I began. The secret to this success will be collaboration, effective collaboration. We've already had a series of meetings with yourself and other partners where we are looking at moving this agenda along in lockstep. You know, winners here in the silo approach clearly has not worked over the years, and therefore there's no point in doing this again. We'll continue to use and we'll continue to commit at CARICOM to use our political convening authorities to bring together the partners, to continue the dialogue, to push for realistic and meaningful transformation. I mean, as I said, you know, one of the ironies coming out of this entire thing, most of our highest rate of investment in this region is replacement investment. And why is that so? We're more vulnerable than most to the ravages of climate change, but yet we only contribute what, 0.25% to the greenhouse gas emissions. But that's where we have to go. So we continue to collaborate, continue to drive, look for innovative solutions that brings everybody on board.
Well, great. Well, first I want to apologize to the audience. You've been putting up some great questions, but we kind of got caught up in the conversation, have had time to answer, but I'm sure you can catch us in the hallway and we'll address your issues. I want to thank Robert, Barbara, and Joseph for the discussion. I think we got into some good stuff, and thank you all for listening, and please join me in giving our speakers a round of applause.
It's not what's next, it's where. A place where energy transformation is creating unprecedented opportunities with world-class incentives for R&D and clean energy projects, a commitment to 100% renewables by 2050, and the perfect climate to transform the island's energy future. And yours, Puerto Rico. It's not what's next, it's where.
Well, thank you very much, Bruce, and to the other panelists for presiding over a fascinating and, as you said, a refreshingly honest and enlightening panel. I think I opened by saying I'd been impressed at how much collaboration was evident throughout this forum. And I think the word collaboration was used in that panel about 25 times. So when we think, is the Caribbean becoming a more important priority? I think it's certainly, the feedback from that panel was amongst some very important and critical players across the Western Hemisphere. It is certainly the case, so reason to be encouraged. And then a very timely next step, we have our Jamaica interview to discuss outcome of the RFP and the outlook for the second tranche. So I welcome to the stage Lennox Elvey, the chairperson of the Generation Procurement Entity in Jamaica, who will be interviewed by Guilherme Fouché from Bloomberg. Welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Happy Friday. Thanks for being here on the Friday morning. I'm going to try to wake you up a little bit. So my name is Guilherme Fouché. I work for Bloomberg NEF. We're the research arm of Bloomberg. We're looking at energy transition. I've been covering Latin America for about 15 years. But I must say it's the first year I'm covering the Caribbean. So, you know, when they offered me the opportunity to interview you, I was kind of like, I don't know much about Jamaica. But actually, I think it's not bad. I have a fresh pair of eyes. I kind of looked at Jamaica, so I did my market research. So if you allow me, I'm just going to give you some numbers on Jamaica, and then we're going to talk about what you're doing in the country. So first of all, if you don't know, we publish a report every year called Climate Scope. So just check out on Google Climate Scope. It's basically a ranking for attractiveness for emerging market countries towards renewable energy. We rank the country every year, and so globally, it's about 140 countries. Jamaica ranked 48, but in Latin America and Caribbean, Jamaica ranked 11 out of 20. And I'm just going to say, actually, I think it's very good because I'm seeing Costa Rica number 13. I'm seeing Panama number 14. I'm seeing Mexico 16. You rank higher than Mexico, you know? Just a quick overview. Power policies, you have a renewable target, you have auctions, net metering. In the meantime of electricity prices in the country since 2017, average of 233.48 USD per megawatt hour. Sorry, I'm getting to the next page. In terms of capacity, I'm doing the homework for you guys if you don't know much about Jamaica. Oil and diesel, 42.01% in 2022. Generation, natural gas, 63% in 2022. Everything is on Climate Scope. You can look at it. I'm doing a bit of advertising. It's a free platform, so I'm not selling anything here. Investment, 64 million in 2018. That was a huge year. 2021, 1.83 millions. Top investors, OPIC, AFD, World Bank. And then segments of power market open to the private sector. It's mainly generation. So we're going to talk about that. And then top project owners. We have Petroleum Corp of Jamaica, Blue Mountain Renewables, JPS, Eight River Energy. My last page, and then we're going to talk about what are you guys doing at GPE. I also found some LCOE numbers that we published a few years ago. So 2015 for wind, $98 per megawatt hour, 16, 98, 17, 97, and then for solar, 206 in 2015, 194 in 2016, 143 in 2017. Obviously, it's much lower now. So, thank you so much for being with us this morning. So again, I'm printing you at covering Jamaica. I think it's a very interesting country. My first question is, tell us a little bit more about GPE, when you were founded, how do you participate in the market, etc.
All right, the GPE is a creature of the revised Electricity Act of 2015. Previously, the procurement functions in relation to energy rested with the Office of the Utilities Regulation. So a revision of the framework in 2015 separated the roles. So, the OUR now, Office of Utilities Regulation, pretty much regulates price, standards, that sort of a thing. And the GP is charged with the responsibility of procuring new capacity for the grid, and to some extent to oversee the right of first refusal that the single buyer has for some existing generating capacity.
Perfect. And when I did my homework, I was very impressed to see that Jamaica has a net zero target to 2050. Actually, I want to ask the audience here: can you raise your hand if you live in a country with a net zero target? I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 hands. Maybe we're 100, 150 in the room. Legislated net zero target. Raise your hand. It's in the law of your country. I see one here, maybe from Jamaica. I think it's only Jamaica. So, how do you fit into that? I mean, it's pretty impressive.
Yep. It's an ambitious target, just as we have an ambitious renewable mix target as a part of the generating and capacity. But I think both things work hand in hand, so to speak, because a fair amount of the greenhouse gases that are being produced would be related to the energy sector. So the very fact that you're transitioning the energy sector, and by extension some other sectors are being transitioned, albeit at a slower pace. Transportation would be a next big contributor contributor. So in setting ourselves an aggressive target for renewable mix as a part of the generating capacity for the country, having a target of 50% by 2030, works hand in hand, and it's a part of our global responsibility. Where, on a net scale, we are very small contributors to greenhouse gases, but every bit of effort helps.
No, and I think a lot of countries and companies, they set net zero target, and those people setting the target, as my boss Mike Bloomberg used to say, they're not going to be alive to check out on the target, maybe, So really, what I like is I see this intermediate target by 2030, but even this target, it's 6 years from now. It's very ambitious. So tell me more about the challenges, to get to that 2030 target.
All right. So now in terms of renewable penetration, we're at about 17% in terms of installed capacity. We closed an auction a couple weeks ago for 100 megawatts of renewables. Again, this would shift our penetration rate to about 24. And in the last quarter of this year, we are intent on going to the market again for another 168 megawatt of capacity, which would shift our penetration to 35. So suddenly the 50%
It's closer.
looks like it's getting smaller and smaller in terms of the difference. Also, what we should note, the single buyer has existing generating capacity to be replaced now, and they have signaled and started their own procurement process, which indicates that they are going to be replacing the fossil fuel generating capacity with some significant amounts of renewable and storage to give back the firmness. And so suddenly, in combination with the new capacity and the replacement capacity, 50% seems very doable. I think in terms of challenges, the types of renewables that are applicable in our space, because pricing as well is a serious consideration for us. The type of renewables in our space that is applicable and we can do in country, tends to require, some storage capacity to ensure that the generation is distributed across the peak powers as required. I think they're working on it now, but the framework in relation to storage regulations, etc., will have to catch up pretty quickly. But I think that is work in progress now at the stage, so that is a part of the challenging process we're having now. Price. Yes, I think based on the auction indicative results so far, I think we are heading in the right direction from a price perspective. But there are also opportunities, because this diversification and shifts will create jobs, will create alternative type industry. We are on the way in relation to a EV policy and charging stations, etc. So that is now taking root to some extent. The state is potentially leading the way in terms of some elements of EV as well, to whereby the last round of procurement of public transportation, buses, etc., there is a portion of the procurement that was dedicated to electric type buses to get them into the system, test, work out the kinks before you seek to move to to a broader spread. So those are the opportunities that are popping up too. I think this transition also would bring greater stability to electricity prices over time, because how the price regime is structured today, the generation type or fuel, etc., has a high degree of pass out to the end user. So volatility in the markets, for whatever reason, turn up in the utility bills, quite quickly. So moving to a form of generation that is more stable in terms of pricing, etc., would also give that type of benefit to the economy and for planning down the road.
Thank you. Actually, I'm seeing great questions on the screen, and that brings me to my next questions. Talking about the auctions, so the last auction, a few weeks ago, when are we going to know the winners, and what are the prices, if you can say something, and what are the consideration for selecting the winners? Is it only price?
We have given an indication that that announcement will take place. The intent is to have that by the end of the summer, thereabout, or earlier. So that process has started. It's underway, and so we have indicated that we want to be wrapping that up by the end of the summer, because we'd want to move quickly into the 168, which we are targeting the last quarter of the calendar year. So we'll keep the market posted in that regard, and as soon as the announcement, we're at the announcement stage, we'll make it.
Oh, good. I have a question. For the next auction by the end of the year, I mean, what have you learned? Are there like lesson learned from this auction, and is it going to be improved? And I know you had a cap on 50 megawatts, I think, for projects for the last auction. So is it going to be the same, or do we know a bit more?
Oh, definitely, there are learnings from the exercise. So, I think one of the most important lessons is the sort of consultation and collaboration with the market. So that was extensive in terms of the expression of starting at an expression of interest phase, because at the end of the day, these are the guys that will be executing the project. So you need to be fully aware of what the thoughts are, the expectations are, so you can fashion your processes and your requirements accordingly. So I think we definitely will you take the value from the consultative process and the iteration therein, the feedback, question and answer type sessions that helped to refine documents and processes to bring that clarity where required. I think there's an opportunity based on this existing tranche for tweaks to documents and processes. We definitely envisage a shorter process, because we would have gone around the rodeo in terms of round one, and you would have seen where the bottlenecks are, the issues are. So we are anticipating a shorter process, because we would have picked up lessons along the way based on the communications there. So definitely consultation, definitely an opportunity to strengthen or the documents based on the comments, feedback, etc. And definitely we envisage a shorter process for round two.
No, very good. I'm seeing great questions. I'm seeing like people guessing the winners and so on. So I'm sure like people are going to talk to you after the session. Just talk to him directly. I think that would be easier. I have two more questions. I know we're running out of time. So first of all, how about distributed generation? Is it integrated in this? I mean, like how the island is dealing with distributed generation? If you can comment on that, or we just leave it. You know,
If they, repeat.
I had, I asked some questions around, some people are very interested in the Jamaican market and they ask me about the distributed generation. Obviously this auction is for utility scale, but like in your long-term plan for net zero, how distributed generation is integrated into the plan and so on.
Yeah, the integrated resource plan is not a static document. So it is the version that we are working on now is under review. So there's a draft version 2 because it takes into consideration updated demand studies, technology, all of these things, and of course the policy consideration in terms of targets, etc. So it's not static; it's an ongoing process that is revised. I think at least every 2 years thereabout, but it's a 20-year plan that goes through that cycle of revision to ensure that the most recent information is accounted for.
Okay, I have two more quick one. So at Bloomberg NEF we do an O&M operation and maintenance price survey. So we kind of like get the prices for O&M across the world, and I saw the numbers for Latin America, not Caribbean, but Latin America, and they're much O&M for renewable energy projects is much more expensive in Latin America because you need to pay people for security, and you have also potentially climate issues and everything. So I guess it's the same for the Caribbean. And I mean, how do you deal with the O&M? I mean, like if there's an issue with the project, it's not like someone is going to show up tomorrow to fix it. It takes really a little bit more time, and I guess it's a little bit more expensive, right?
I think thus far, based on what we're seeing and based on the transparency of the process, the degree of detail that we have attempted to provide in terms of the procurement process, the RFP process, I think this puts the potential bidders in a position to really put bankable projects together. And based on what we are seeing, I think the process at the moment seems adequate because we auctioned 100 megawatt of capacity. We got bids totaling about 480 80 megawatts, so almost 5 times the auction capacity was applied for. We got 12 different bids for this capacity, and at price levels that first year price levels that are way below anything we would have seen in the market. So and I think, as I say, it's very early in the assessment phase, but I think these projects are bankable based on the certainty, the clarity in the regulatory environment, the sort of investor protection, across PPAs, etc. These type of things, just to ensure that, because a part of the feedback process, we detected that this was very important to potentially in entities providing financing. So those concerns we ensure that those concerns were pretty much taken on board in the formulation of the processes and the documents in order to give that additional comfort. So those type of financing would be readily.
No, perfect. I think we run out of time, but I see a very good question. Let me take this one, and we'll see if we can answer it. When those projects are going to be? When are those projects for the last auction are going to be synchronized into the grid? Like in the next few years? Do you have an idea for those projects?
If we anticipate that this existing 100 megawatt, we are hoping to tie up the process of the selection, etc., within the next couple of months, and we are anticipating that to projectize and move that some of these, at least this first 100 blocks should be on the grid in 24 to 36 months. That is definitely a part of the aim, because as I said before, we have an aggressive target for
You have
2030,
the target,
and
right?
we need
Yeah.
to get moving. So as soon as the evaluation is complete and we can wrap up those documentation, so the issues of the PPA, all of these things, I would have gone through several rounds of iterations, etc. So we are expecting that any modification at this stage would be cosmetic, because a lot of the heavy lifting would have been done already.
Well, thank you so much for your time this morning. And again, good luck with the target. It's not an easy one, but it's great to have a target, and I want to congratulate you on that, because, I hope you guys get to net zero before 2050. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
In the Caribbean, we face many energy challenges. Our energy needs to be resilient and diverse. Everyone must have access whenever they need it. Imagine what we can achieve together for her, for him, for all of us, really. We're counting on you.
Well, thank you very much, Guillermo and Lennox, and congratulations to Lennox and the entire Jamaica team for the success and the level of interest seen in the auction. I've been asked to tell you that Lennox will be taking questions in the Met 5 and 6 during the networking break. So I think we already know what people are going to be asking him. So he's got a taste of that, but he is there to receive additional questions during the break. We've got one more session before the break. We're going to hear from the Cayman Islands delivering on the energy policy and the implementation plan. Delighted to welcome the Honourable Catherine Ellings-Wilkes to the stage, the Minister for Sustainability and Climate Resiliency in the Cayman Islands. She's going to be interviewed by Daphne Ewing Chow, and I've been asked to let everybody know that after the Cayman Islands sessions finishes, there will be a presentation from Deakin Impact on their new climate finance initiative. That's going to be taking place in Met 7, so please head there after the Cayman Islands sessions finishes. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Daphne Ewing Chow. I am an environmental journalist and a senior contributor with Forbes. And today I have the esteemed privilege of having a discussion with the Honorable Minister, Catherine Ellings-Wilkes, Minister of Sustainability and Climate Resiliency of the Cayman Islands. Welcome, Minister.
Thank you.
Before we start, I want to congratulate you. You've been in this office literally for months, just a few months. And already you've managed to get the approval from Cabinet for what has been heralded as the Cayman Islands' most impactful national energy policy, which is just such an amazing achievement. So congratulations on that. And I want to ask you, what makes this plan so impactful? What changes has your ministry put in place?
Well, good morning, Daphne, and good morning to all of you who are here today to listen to our contribution on what the Cayman Islands has done with our updated policy. Before I dive into some of the changes that our policy brings, I think it was Barbados that was on the podium yesterday bragging about their small but mighty team. And I have to say that I have the same compliment. The energy unit in the Cayman Islands comprises of 2 women who have worked really hard to get the updated policy to the finish line. So I certainly can't take the credit, and I wanted to highlight that this morning. Now, we had an updated policy that was implemented in 2017, and there was a review period of 5 years. And the policy was just updated last week in Cabinet. So I was excited to take on this role and to see it to the finish line. What the changes actually look at is, aiming to achieve 100% renewable energy penetration by the year of 2045. And since this has been made public, there's been some feedback from the public in terms of, our ambitious targets. But the consultation period that was conducted ran for about 19 months, and everything that the updated policy provides comes from the feedback of our people of the Cayman Islands, as well as the heavy stakeholder engagement that took place between the ministry, our regulator, and also the energy providers. So in addition to our goals, we also now look at consumers being granted the explicit right to install and self-consume up to 20 kilowatts of solar energy paired with battery storage, which fosters individual empowerment and energy consumption. And additionally, the policy will also, it has now defined formally utility scale solar as energy generation facilities with a capacity of 5 megawatts or greater. I think also one of the things that the policy does is it stipulates, there are some stipulations around fairness, just some explicit statements.
Amazing. And I think if we're going to talk about what is being said about the plan, what is being said about the sector, I think the elephant in the room is what people tend to say from a negative perspective is, oh, Cayman Islands is not that far in its journey. What do you say in response to something like that?
Well, I would agree. We really haven't moved the needle very far. And unlike the panelist who was just here from Jamaica that said all the heavy lifting has been done, I wish I could say the same for the Cayman Islands. But I do believe that when our first energy policy was passed back in 2017, the awareness and appreciation of the public in the Cayman Islands was one that wasn't very appreciative of, the need to make changes to, protect the environment. And this journey to renewables was really foreign to many of the people. And as we are now progressing along, I believe that we're now seeing, especially with recent storms, everyone is now understanding and appreciating more that climate change is real and that we need to all do our part. So I think it has been a challenge which has prevented us from reaching those targets. And in addition to that, the new policy now puts in place measures that focus on incentivizing and encouraging, the people of the Cayman Islands from every aspect of society, low income families, businesses, commercial, and even agriculture, which, the Minister for Agriculture is really excited to work on some cross-ministry approaches with the Ministry of Sustainability to assist us with trying to move the needle forward.
It's really inspiring, Minister. And really going on with this theme of being impactful. I took a read of the plan, and there were some features that really stood out for me. One of them was continuous commitment to the ideas of fairness and equality. I wonder if you could speak to that further, because that is often an issue that comes up in energy plans.
So our energy regulator has developed a structured framework known as the Renewable Energy Auction Scheme to govern the issuance of RFPs, ensuring transparency and efficiency in project selection processes. And this scheme ensures that there will be a balance with the smaller and mid-sized projects. Now, our utility provider may not even very well be interested in competing in smaller projects, but it is just expressly stated in the policy as a result of, again, public feedback. And, it just gives everyone a level of comfort that it is there, albeit it may not really be something that would even be a concern in the Cayman Islands.
Okay, understood. And what about the people-centered approach of the plan? I also noticed that there's ongoing references to consultations and other elements of focusing on the people of the Cayman Islands. Can you tell me more about that?
I think the biggest highlight in the policy in terms of making it people-centric relates to the fact that the policy now affords the right to renewables, and it affords residents to put the solar panels with batteries on their rooftops. And it's something that, again, will incentivize, we hope, moving the needle forward with our aiming to reach our goal, our targets. In addition to that, we're hopeful that in terms of the goal for reaching our 2030 targets will be easily not accessible, but easily reached as it relates, especially to the EVs we're seeing now in the country. There's more of an uptake with persons purchasing electric vehicles. Back in 2017, when the policy was first implemented, if you wanted an electric vehicle, you had to import it, and you had to take on the risk of having a vehicle that you probably couldn't have serviced on the island. But now we're seeing even the car dealers are bringing in the vehicles, putting them on warranties, and offering services. So as a result of that, we do believe that the interim goals will be achieved.
And just as a reminder, what are the interim goals with respect to EVs?
It's 30% by 2030.
And let me just touch on another item, which is frequently an elephant in the room, and that is the subject of, obviously, the main utility provider, which, of course, in the case of the Cayman Islands, the Caribbean Utilities Company. There's often controversy around transition and frictions. Would you say that in the case of the Cayman Islands, everybody's on board and working together?
I would say that in the Cayman Islands, everyone is on board and working together. And that was seen whilst I wasn't a part of the consultation process. I was able to review all of the comments that had come through from the utility provider, as well as to see the way in which the policy has been steered based on the feedback that we've received from all of our stakeholders. And I do certainly feel that we're all on the same page. Just yesterday, we had the utility providers up here on a panel, and hearing Caribbean Utilities Company express that they too feel the need for us to continue to progress towards reaching our goals of renewables didn't really come as a surprise to us in the Cayman Islands, because we do know that they understand and they're on board with us working towards the same goal.
Amazing. Really looking forward to hearing them speak later on today as well. Back to controversial questions. One of those being references to liquid natural gas within the plan. Some people would say, is this a good idea to include LNG in the plan? Others would say, well, transition is, there are certain elements that need to be included in a transitional approach. What would you say to people about the inclusion of LNG?
Well, this is a very good question, and one that has been coming up a few times since the policy has now been published on our website. And some may see the inclusion of the LNG as regressive. However, the decision was made to include it as a possible option, again, through our public consultation process. And what a lot of people fail to recognize is that it was in the original policy in 2017. And what has changed in that regard is that our implementation plan now factors in action in this area, where we are moving from just exploring the right to LNG, but now to have a study done on feasibility, so that when we get to the period of review again, which the government has decided to change the review period from 5 years to 2 years, we'll be in a position to determine if this is a way that the country wants to move forward. At the end of the day, it's really, it really has been, we can already see from 2017 to now we're at 3%. So for the Cayman Islands, we're moving very slowly in our transition. And our role as legislators is to ensure that the quality of life of the Caymanian people is on the forefront. And so whilst in some areas transitional fuel may be seen as being regressive, we're looking at ways in which we can bring down the cost of fuel, and this could potentially change significantly the lives of the people in our country.
Understood. And as we're on the subject of potential challenges, what are some other challenges that your administration has taken into account that keep you up at night around this transition?
I think the biggest challenge has been trying to understand how we can move the needle forward faster in terms of reaching our targets. And again, it's changing the appetite of the people of the country, bringing more awareness. And, with that, we do have limitations in terms of resources. But as we work together with private sector, hopefully we will be able to see with incentives being put in place, again, residents leaning more towards doing what is seen as responsible in the country.
Amazing. And I know so many people are here today and in this room because they are interested in being a part of the change. So can you share with the audience perhaps if what the opportunities are for private investment and how people can go ahead finding out more?
So again, this is something that the policy sets out as well, is there's language in there for the regulator to solicit bids so that we can promote more public participation, especially from investors. So right now we are working through a bidding process, and if anyone in the room is interested, the Cayman Islands government has a procurement website. So you can just pull up Bonfire. I really don't know the details of the website, but one of the spaces that we anticipate to foster more foreign investment will be in this space of large-scale solar, because this is probably going to be one of the fastest ways in which we will reach our targets.
And with respect to issue of investment, collaboration, I know ASG Joseph Cox was talking quite a bit about collaboration. My first thought would be to think to the tourism and financial services sectors, because they're so important to the economy of the Cayman Islands. What have been the opportunities for your ministry to work with those sectors, and how have they been able to show an interest in collaborating?
Since becoming the Minister for Sustainability, I really haven't had an opportunity to really get out and engage with representatives from the tourism sector. Of course, you know, you have the Minister of Tourism, you have the Minister of Financial Services. So we've been having conversations. One of the things that I'm hopeful to gain from being here today is to lean in on some of the ministers that have done well in this area. In the Cayman Islands, in the tourism sector, we're seeing more environmentally conscious or friendly decisions being made, especially like at our hotels. You know, they're using energy efficient lighting and you know, their ACs. And so we're seeing everyone is taking a turn towards being more environmentally conscious. But I do believe that there is a huge opportunity for us as a government, to promote more participation as it relates to the transition to renewables from the both fields, tourism and in our financial services.
Amazing. Now, Minister, before we wrap up, I want to put you on the spot. You're heralded in Cayman as quite an inspiration. You are Cayman Islands, in your past life, you were Cayman Islands' youngest Speaker of the House. You are now in a dominantly male field, leading the Ministry of Sustainability and Climate Resiliency. What do you see as the role and the importance of women and youth in this movement towards renewables, both in the Cayman Islands and in the region in general?
Wow. First, I'd like to say that, you know, when we talk about, you know, working in a male-dominated role, I thought that moving from being in the House, where, yes, there's far few women than there are men, that coming into this space would be the same. But I was quite surprised when I got to the conference to realize that there are actually a lot of women, and I feel that it's a good balance in terms of, you know, women and men representing the energy field. And one of the panelists were up, I think yesterday, talking about the perspectives that women bring to the table in terms of renewable energy and just from a leadership standpoint. But the point that you made about the youth in the Cayman Islands, our young people are very vocal, very loud, and it's good. It's really nice to know that they have an interest in the environment. For me, what I want to see is where we foster, you know, more participation from the young people. And I know it was mentioned at on one of the workshops that the young people, we need to have a representative from the youth. And I think that as we move forward with trying to achieve our goals in the Cayman Islands, we will continue to let our young people feel like they are a part of the change. And I think as we continue, as all of us in the room, as, you know, policymakers, you know, leaders of renewable energy, regulators, I believe that as we continue to foster that approach, we will get it right, because at the end of the day, we're all here to make a better future for our children and their children.
Amazing. And on that note, unfortunately, we're out of time. There are some questions. I wonder if we could jump to one. Let's see. Okay.
The top one.
You want to go to the top one? Okay. Can the distribution grid handle the response to the policy change for residential participation? Have the studies been done? What upgrades are needed?
Again, now this question I would probably be failing if I tried to answer it, as I'm not the energy provider. But I will say that the question about the studies being done, there are studies being done. And with our implementation plan, we will ensure that as we roll out the increase in the residential rights to renewables, that it's done in a way in which it will not impact grid stability. And that's going to only be done by working with the regulator and, well, I guess mostly our energy providers to ensure that whatever requirements are needed for this to be effective so that it does not pose instability to the grid, those are, they're expressed before we roll out the right to renewables.
Thank you so much, Minister, and thank you for taking the time today. I'm going to hopefully not speak out of term and say that I know there are a lot of questions, but what I've found with you is that you're so open and willing to listen to people and hear their questions. So for anybody whose questions were not answered, I'm going to say that you would be willing to answer them in networking sessions and otherwise.
Absolutely. And I also have really enjoyed just listening to a lot of the other countries that have been doing really well, Barbados, Dominican Republic. And so if I haven't gotten a chance to speak with you all as yet, that's why I'm really here as a new minister, not only to share with what the Cayman Islands is doing, but also to learn from what some of you who are in the front have been able to discover and share so that we can ensure that our time is used effectively and so that we can reach our targets, because at the end of the day, that's what we all want. That's why we're all here.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Daphne, and to the Minister for sharing all her inspiring progress on improving equality and transparency in the Cayman Islands, and for being such a trailblazer for all of the women working in clean energy and to promote sustainability. We're meant to be back here in 10 minutes, Kerry. So it's a rather condensed networking break, I'm afraid. 15 minutes. So back here at 11:35. Thank you. Okay, let's try and get the program back on track. We're running a little bit late. We've got a presentation now from the Turks and Caicos Islands on the Renewable Energy and Resource Planning Bill. Delighted to welcome to the stage Delano Arthur, Commissioner from the Energy and Utilities Department of the Turks and Caicos.
Pleasant good morning to all. So just before I begin, probably just a brief introduction of myself. My name is Delano Arthur. I've been in the energy and utility space for a little over 12 years. I started my energy career at the Grand Bahama Power Company, where I was the director for engineering with responsible in excess of $5 to $6 million in capital investments over each year. And outside of that was responsible for the rebuild for the infrastructure that was lost during Hurricane Dorian, where we essentially lost about 30 megawatts of our base load. And I was responsible for putting all of that together. So I'm here in a different capacity. My current role is as the Energy and Utilities Commissioner for the Turks and Caicos Islands. And I'm going to just briefly talk to you about the Renewable Energy Bill. So just as a bit of a backdrop, this bill currently is under consultation. And what I will be outlining to you today are essentially the proposed elements of the bill in terms of what is currently involved in it during the consultation process. So if we look at the Turks and Caicos context, Fortis TCI is the public supplier, and they have about 90 plus megawatts in diesel powered generation and additional investments of additional 9 megawatts of dual fuel that is scheduled to come on stream at some point in time. We have about a 50 megawatt peak, and our renewable energy penetration is about 2%. And I use the terminology that is officially unofficial. And one of the things that we would note before I begin the body of the presentation is that what we're now starting to do as a government and as a country is to begin to really keen in or dive into policies and regulations. Currently, there is very little regulations involved in the renewable energy sector. There is some, but again, little regulations on the energy side. So one of our main goals, one of our main focuses is to be able to get the policies and the regulations and the legislation in place that will be able to help us to make way for our energy transition. And we see the renewable energy bill as a part of that regulation and as a part of the policies to be able to help to move us forward. We've been coming to CREF now for some time, so we understand the need for the energy transition, sustainable practices, being able to have distributed energy resources, long-term sustainabilities, lower carbon footprint. So we understand all of that. And these are essentially the guiding principles essentially for the renewable energy bill. In addition to that, the Turks and Caicos Islands, we get about 6.5 sun hours per day. So the island is prime for renewable energy investment, particularly in solar. And in addition to that, there is also wind studies being done on the island as well to see what are the prospects for wind generation in Turks and Caicos. So when we look at the policy goals, currently our policy goal is about 30% of renewable energy by 2040. And it may seem low in terms of where other countries are, but again, putting it into perspective in terms of understanding where we are as a country, where we are as a community, in terms of having little regulations in the space, needing to get the groundwork done first. As a part of moving forward, we see in order to build a house, you need to first start with the foundation. And one of the things that I've been saying to as I move around the conference is small island nations essentially face the same problems as big island nations do, or as the larger countries, Jamaica, Barbados, Bahamas, and the likes. We face those very same challenges, but we have very few resources. And when the resources and the fundings are spread out, they normally go to those larger countries, which essentially have a bit more resources than small island or small developing islands have. So if there is one nugget to be taken away, is to be able to provide more funding for small island nations that face the same challenges, the same problems as the bigger islands do, but to be able to do it and provide the resources to these small island countries, because there is essentially, I'll give you an example. Turks and Caicos has over 40 islands and keys, but we have a population of less than 50,000 persons. So just an overview of the resource, of the Renewable Energy and Resource Planning Bill. The bill seeks to essentially open the market for renewable energy generation for private and public investors to be able to build level generators and allowing them to connect. It also paves the way for independent power producers, energy producers, rooftop solars for residents in their homes, and also utility scale generation. Some of the main components that we have within the bill is one, we are proposing a net billing aspect at the avoided cost of fuel. In addition to that, we're proposing two additional components, which is the access fee. And that access fee, and we're working with RMI to help us with various studies. The access fee essentially goes towards the utility for the upkeep and maintenance of their grid, with the understanding of some of the disruptions that takes place within the market. So we want to look at it from a holistic point of view, from a holistic perspective. In addition to the access fee, we also have a energy levy, and that energy levy within the bill goes directly towards those that are less fortunate, though the underprivileged. And that levy essentially would be able to fund programs like community solar, provide rooftop solar for community programs, or community housing, or halfway houses. So when we look at a holistic approach for renewable energy, we want to make sure that, one, it's done in a fair and just manner by the access fee, but we also want to ensure that those who are least among us are not left behind. So we see that as a critical part within the bill. In addition to those key elements or components, what the government is also proposing is essentially a IRP process where the government leads. Right now, that process is unclear in terms of who leads the process and how that is done. The utility has undertaken that, but the government feels that we need to lead on the process to be able to ensure that we have a holistic approach, taking into consideration all of our stakeholders. So the bill is essentially a part of the licensing requirement. There will be a licensing aspect within the bill to be able to allow renewable energy generators to obtain a license. and there would be essentially different classes and different tiers. Again, what is currently being proposed now is on a small scale. I think it's less than 30 kilowatt DC systems for residential homes, and from 30 to 100 kilowatts is business, 100 to 500 kilowatts would be commercial, and anything in excess of 500 kilowatts would be considered an independent power producer. So there are some of the tiers that are provided within the renewable energy bill. The commissioner's role is essentially from oversight and enforcement in terms of responsibilities, but with the understanding that we have a number of initiatives ongoing. There isn't a formal regulator for energy services within the Turks and Caicos, so we have also begun consultation processes on a multi-sector regulatory agency, regulatory body, and the hopes that a lot of the components and parts that are within this current legislation, once we get the multi-sector in place, we'll be able to transition over to that body that will provide for the regulatory services for the entire industry, which will be energy, water, sewage, and telecommunications. So when we look at the process, there is a competitive tender process looking at the lowest cost of energy, which would essentially be able to, how do IPPs, how do we add utility scale renewable energy onto the grid? And we start that by the IRP process. And within the IRP process, that will advise the amount of renewable energy that we're able to allow onto the grid. And after that, there is a tendering process which focuses on the lowest costs of energy as well as the technical viability of the project. There are certain aspects within the proposed bill that allows for several ways in which renewable energy can be added onto the grid. The first is a call by the public utility for additional generation. And the second would be if there is a great public need or a great public interest for a specific project. So when we look at the independent power producers, we want to be able to diversify our markets. We want to be able to ensure that we are first in class in innovation, first in class in moving the renewable energy sector forward. But we want to do so in a responsible manner to ensure that, one, no one gets left behind, and to ensure that we have a viable and resilient grid to be for all to use. So a part of it, the bill creates essentially a legal framework to integrate energy supplies while requiring the public supplier to maintain grid stability. So we talked about the integrated resource planning and for it to essentially be an inclusive process for all stakeholders, for be able to have essentially all aspects of the community, all walks of our community to be able to be involved within the process, the different associations, the different civic organizations, so that they understand, because at the end of the day, it all has an implication on, one, the energy future, and two, the energy costs that we all must bear. Investment opportunities for stakeholders. So again, the bill does make way for independent power producers through power purchase agreements and to be able to allow for the growth in renewable energy. And there are different mechanisms that make way for this that the government has also approved as policy. So essentially, one which is the reduction of not only solar panels, but also all electrical components, racking equipment, and any balance of plant equipment and materials that are a part of the renewable energy system to be able to be brought into the country at a reduced cost. And the bill also takes into consideration all forms of renewable energy, and this includes solar, wind, bioenergy, and looking when we talk about wind, offshore and onshore as well. And we don't need, I don't think I need to get into the environmental impacts. We all understand what those are. Some of the challenges and solutions. So we understand that there are some barriers that we have to face. We understand that there are some challenges, and I started off the conversation by talking about some of those challenges. A regulatory regime that really does not have a fix and form to be able to regulate a 21st century industry. I often say to my colleagues that we're using 18th century tools and policies and procedures to govern a 21st century industry. And that's the reason why we embarked on these first steps, is we want to make sure that we get the regulations and the policies in place first. And once we get the regulations and the policies in place, then we can move and advance onto the net zero by 2050 or 90% by 2050 or whatever those policies are. But in order for us to do that where we are at currently, we need to start with regulations and policies. So just as a recap and in conclusion, and I see my time is running out, this bill makes way for a competitive market in the renewable energy generation for competition and innovation. And it is the Turks and Caicos Islands government vision to be a leader in renewable energy and the decarbonization of our carbon footprint within the Turks and Caicos Islands. And we understand that we're currently not there yet, but once we lay the groundwork, once we build the foundation, then we can start to build the walls of the house and then move on to the roof. So I don't know if there is any comments or questions via Slido, but I think I have all but 5 seconds to entertain any questions. Barring none, I thank you for your time. And I'll be available for commentary around.
Well, thank you, Delano, for a whistle-stop tour, a very succinct and focused summary of all the progress that's being made in Turks and Caicos. Our next up, we have a very illustrious panel. I'd like to welcome them all to the stage. Going to discuss building more bankable projects and the theme that we've all been discussing at length, preparation for implementation. So I'd like to welcome the panel to the stage. It will be moderated by Tricia Gay O'Connor, who is the managing partner for Denton's in Jamaica.
Hello, good morning, everyone. My name is Tricia Gay O'Connor. As you heard, I'm the managing partner for the Jamaica office of Denton's, Denton's Delaney, which is part of the Denton's brand. We are a Caribbean law firm, and we are physically in 11 Caribbean jurisdictions, and we cover 13 territories in the Caribbean. So it is my distinct pleasure to moderate this morning's panel, and I am pleased to see that we have a number of CREF alumni on the stage. A number of you would have been here on a few occasions in the past. I'm speaking on topics related to this, which is building more bankable projects, preparation for implementation. So we have Alexa Blaine on my far right from Deacon. We have Adam Carter from CIBC, Miguel Toledo from IFC, and Paul Van Olst from Get Invest. So we have been hearing throughout CREF about these success stories and improvements throughout the Caribbean with the development and implementation of the various RE agenda throughout the territories. And while we acknowledge the progress that has been made, I think the general consensus has been, well, we thought would have been a little bit more further along the journey than where we are. But we acknowledge the success. And one of the things that comes to mind is, well, as much as we are awaiting the framework for this success, what is the state of readiness for delivering bankable projects? So in this regard, I invite Paul to start us off on how have you seen the landscape has changed over time?
Thank you very much, Tricia, and good afternoon, isn't it, by now, everyone? Thanks for the question. Our advisory team helps clean energy companies to raise capital for their business. And our services are free of cost because we're a program funded by the European Union and its member states. And we cover all business models and all technologies, solar, waste energy, and green hydrogen. And we have been around for many years. So we have a quite informed overview of where the market was, where it is, and where everybody thinks it is going. And my colleagues will confirm that I am a positive person. And I think that is fed by the experience that we have gained over the last 8 years. And I see 2 pointers. The one is that the technologies have become more reliable, more affordable, and have given us a higher yield, which makes them altogether a more interesting set of assumptions for entrepreneurs. As you know, generally, the energy business does not provide you with the unlimited returns that you can find in anything else, because it's a semi or quasi-public good. There's limits to it. So decrease in cost and increase in yield and more reliability are really, really important drivers, and we see those happening. And at the same time, we see an increase in funding. Not just the number, the amount, also the differentiation between banks and funds and investors providing capital. And in the middle is the search for the entrepreneurs and the financiers to meet each other, which is a recurrent theme in these days, that there must be more capital at some point, but there are also a need for bankable projects. And we see, for example, that the intake of our portfolio in the Caribbean brings more informed, better informed projects to date than it did 3, 4, 5, and 10 years ago. So overall, I'm very positive. Obviously, I agree that the need is way bigger than we can serve today, but patience is a very important element in the work that we do. So overall, very positive, but we have to be aware that innovation and market growth has its own pace. Thank you.
Okay, thanks much, Paul. So Alexa, how can we bring capital to these markets?
Capital, it's the question of the day. Yes, I mean, maybe just looking back over the last few years and what's happened in terms of the flows of capital into the region for renewable energy. I think one of the things that we've really noticed over the last couple of years has been a tremendous increase in the availability of debt finance for projects, particularly coming from commercial banks. And I think that's a really positive development. So we recently closed a project, 162 megawatts in the Dominican Republic, financed entirely by Banco Popular, a commercial bank in the country. Similarly, you just closed a giant warehousing facility with 21 banks involved to finance $360 million of projects. So that's really, really positive. And we're seeing not just more capital available from commercial banks, but also on pretty attractive terms. So I think that's great. Then on the other side, there's the question about risk capital, whether it's the equity for projects or the mezzanine for projects. And in my opinion, there is still a significant shortage of risk capital for projects in the Caribbean. And I think the solution for that, or how to bring more risk capital, is two-pronged. One is that we need mechanisms to bring more patient, more flexible capital to the region. The funds that we manage at Deed Can Impact, we manage 2 sustainable energy funds, were designed as blended finance funds to catalyze investment into small and medium-sized projects in the Caribbean. And since we launched those funds in the 2017-2018 timeframe, we've closed on 16 projects. Many of those are in the Caribbean. It included distributed generation as well as utility scale projects, and they're all but one are operating. So I think that's proof that these blended finance mechanisms can work. The Resilience Fund is designed very similarly, and that I think is a really good way to bring capital that's tailored for the region to bear. And then I think the other side of the coin is what we've been talking about a lot at CREF this time, is project preparation and investment readiness. Because when projects are endlessly delayed or fail, that takes this very scarce resource, which is equity, risk capital in the system, and it erodes it because people are losing money and people don't want to bring more money because they see the track record and it gives them pause. Conversely, if more projects achieve financial close, then you create a virtuous circle and there's more equity in the system. The sponsor made a good return. He takes that money out, she takes that money out, and she puts it in the next project. And it entices more investors into the region as well. So I'm really, really encouraged by the number of investment readiness project preparation facilities I'm seeing that can really help to get these projects to close.
Okay, thanks, Alexa. So, of course, we are looking at success and what that would look like in terms of, having bankable projects. So, Miguel, your thoughts on, what would be the metrics for a successful project? What would that look like?
Good, thanks, Tricia. But I would say, we all know that developing projects is difficult, and developing projects in the Caribbean context is probably at another level of complexity. You're dealing with, especially investors that are dealing in multi-island environment, different procurement rules, different regulatory frameworks, different structures. So it's complex. So I would say the first, this is basic, but I think it's the sponsor, the investor. What are the capabilities that this sponsor can have to deliver a project? Because it's important that the sponsor has done it, as a track record can show that has done it, but also that can navigate and put in place a structure that addresses the needs of all stakeholders. And there's many stakeholders in these projects. I would say, Alexa, when you said that, it is true that there is probably less equity capital available than debt capital for this. But I would say that probably the bottleneck, in my view, is not the equity capital, but it's the projects. So if you have a good project and it's well structured and addresses the needs for the stakeholders, it's very likely that the capital will follow. So when I talk about the sponsor and their ability to implement this, clearly financial strength is important, but I think the financial strength can be raised. I mean, you can raise funds, you can have other investors coming and support you, as long as you can show that you can deliver on the project. And talking about the projects, I think, to me, the keywords is balance. You need to develop arrangements, contracts that are balanced. I think that's what guarantees the sustainability in the long term of a project. In balance for the grantor, if it's a concession, for the government, balance for the off-takers, even for the end consumer. We're talking about affordability, how new technologies are going to be brought into, and how do you provide a project that is affordable in the long term. Obviously, the adequate returns for the stakeholders, and that provides for the lenders the required protections that it requires. So I think it's, to me, it's balance and risk mitigation to the extent possible, and risk transfer the risk to the parties that are best placed to take it. Just to give you an example, as a lenders, of course, we like to mitigate risks. Given in the Caribbean context, some of us are willing to take a bit more risks than in other jurisdictions. But there are things that you want to be covered. If you are in a market where you sell into a single off-taker, there is no wholesale market. Well, you need to mitigate the risk of a project becoming a stranded asset. So you need to have certain termination provisions. So that type of things are crucial. And the other stakeholders, of course, is the society. How do you mitigate? How do you involve the communities? How do you mitigate social and environmental risks? Which, of course, biodiversity, social, etc. So I think, to me, that's sort of like a very brief overview of sustainability elements.
Thanks, Miguel. Okay, so what has happened is that, not that we're feeling pressured, but as you know, we're running a little late, and I think we took the assignment of trying to get through in an expeditious manner quite seriously. So we, of course, we had prepared presentations, prepared questions, which we are going through, but we are going through at a much quicker pace to allow for questions. What Alexa had said prior to coming on was that, that's the most interesting part of the session. So, which is why I think the answers were quite succinct in the answers, but that's just really to allow for enough questions. So, Adam, what are the keys to expanding bankability resources?
Thanks. Thank you. So maybe to lead on just to what you just said, if folks can throw up some questions on the board, we'd happily tackle those. In terms of bankability, I think a lot of it leads on to what Miguel was saying. I think a lot of it starts at the onset from developing really well thought through programs, IRPs, creating legislation and frameworks that are designed around meeting the public's interests of developing sustainable, affordable, for island nations such as ours, very resilient infrastructure and highways to effectively, deploy these assets and capital in a responsible way. I think where that's misused or rushed, you end up with projects that get the wrong type of investors or attract the wrong type of capital and projects, and we're talking about long-term sustainable projects here. So it's vital that we're designing these things to own and run them and recover their costs over a very long period of time, and you're not looking for the wrong type of investor to be looking at it from a different lens, or the lender, or whatever the case is. It's not a short-term objective. It's a very long game, and I think that those frameworks need to be developed and with serious consideration. Those take time, and maybe that's a reason for things taking pretty long in the Caribbean for getting off the ground.
but hopefully the intent and the principles are well developed, and that's maybe why. As a second point, I think creating alignment of interest, and maybe this goes to Miguel's point on being balanced. There's various stakeholders at play here. You've got a utility to balance, you've got the government interest to balance, you've got the financiers to balance equity and the debt, you've got the community. There's a lot of interest at stake, and it's really important that you sort of consider all of them. You can get myopic, you can get sort of caught in your own perspective, and you might be focusing just on your return, or the community might be focused on another sort of issue. But it's really important to consider that we're all doing this, and it's great to see everyone, a lot of familiar faces at CREF, including new ones, but we're all been here for many years. We're on the 16th year, and I think it's because we're all interested in making a difference here. We've got our individual objectives for sure, but we're all trying to move the needle here and develop this industry. And I think it's important we take that into consideration, and with that, balance your expectations. We've seen a few programs come out with some very attractive incentives, but it's not a gold rush. That's meant to get it right, for folks to start the ball rolling, and to incentivize and show others, give confidence into the market that this is where folks should come in from various different angles, investors, developers, sponsors, so on. I think it's really important you pick your right partners, from advisors to project preparedness advisors and councils, and engaging with the communities. I think I've said it already, and I don't mean to overstate it, but this is the long game, and you really want to be forward thinking about the people's the lives that you're touching, and how you manage that, and be fair to all parties in that respect. And I think, and lastly, just to close out, there's a long list. I could talk about this all day. But I think this is a road that's been traveled by a lot of people, if not in the Caribbean, or if not in the island you're working on, in a separate island or somewhere else in the world. There's a lot of experience. We're up here with IFC, and there's a lot of development banks, and other institutions offering advice. Paul's institution. I think it's important that people feel that they can access those to be able to unlock experience that they may not have. And from my experience at CREF, and just generally being in the market, people are pretty open and free to lend that advice, and be engaged, and try to lend assistance to sort of helping, I guess, the greater good, which is, I think, why a lot of us are here.
Okay, thanks, Adam.
One topic I wanted to sort of put on the table and sort of discuss is, we're talking about the availability of debt capital, equity capital. As we are in the region moving towards decarbonization, net zero plans, introduction of new technologies that some of them are already at parity, some not. I think it's also important to put in the provision of capital, blended finance capital provision. I think that's an important component that we need to have much more in the region, and we need, all of us, institutions that try to, bring that money to the region as part of the, project financing, because it is going to be critical in the introduction of new technologies to make it viable and to make it sustainable for, talking about end user, consumer affordability, etc. As an example, we're working with Adam in a project in Barbados, flagship green hydrogen project. We're working on the financing, and a key component is to be able to bring concessional finance from Green Climate Fund, which is the first one in the Caribbean. That would allow the tariffs to be reduced, to be more competitive vis-a-vis alternatives. So, and in this case, we're talking also about, battery storage introduction, which is pretty important also. How do we bring intelligently that money, either as a low-cost debt or as a capex buy-down schemes, to help the projects, go forward?
Well, I just meant to add that we advise companies in about 80 countries in the Pacific, Africa, and in the Caribbean. And we do see a very high success rate of the clients that we have in the Caribbean. And we've been analyzing why that is. And we think that that is because much of the elements that were mentioned are actually in place. Obviously, you can debate, feed-in tariffs and regulatory framework to be improved, but basically a lot of that is in place. So if you're an entrepreneur and you want to step forward, you can actually realize your project because there's finance, there's a basic legal infrastructure, there's basic feed-in tariffs and all that. And on the go of developing your project, you will find you can fix issues that you thought might not be there. So there's a very positive feedback from the work we do that we see this high success rate. And I want to emphasize that all the funding that is available or the legal advice that is available in the region helps us to bring our clients to financial close more than we see in other places. I think it's a very important element that we don't get set back or distracted by the issues, the hurdles, the problems, but that in this pretty innovative sector, there are really good chances to be successful.
I was going to agree with what Miguel was saying around the need for blended finance and concessional capital. The challenge is that concessional capital is an extraordinarily limited resource. There's just not a lot of it. And, there's a perception among many concessional capital providers that I've spoken to that generation no longer requires catalytic capital, that generation is mainstream, and they're interested in directing concessional capital towards other opportunities like climate adaptation, for example. So I think we kind of as an ecosystem need to do a better job of communicating why concessional capital is needed in order to get these projects to investment readiness, why there are challenges that are unique, when solar projects, for example, are typically economic without any kind of concessional capital or subsidization in other places. And I am a believer that we do still need it especially for small and medium-sized projects in the region here. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So given that each of you represents, a different profile of funders, where do you see the next opportunities? What is it that somebody who is looking to deliver a project, what do you think they can expect?
Happy to jump in first. I think we've heard a lot about batteries. I've heard a lot about storage at CREF this time around. I think we've heard a lot about utility needs for upgrades and grid modernization to fit on to the RE implementation. I think it sounds like there's a lot of financiers for renewable energy. So I think if that's the case, then we got to think of what's the infrastructure needed to allow for that. Certainly, there's a few technologies, and Miguel just sort of mentioned one new for the Caribbean, I would say. So I think there's a whole heap of on the asset side opportunities, but to Miguel's point and Alexa mentioned as well, on the financing side, I think what we're looking at is being a lot more creative in terms of thinking about things on the financing side. In the one case, we're blending concessional financing with grant money, with multilateral, with a local currency option. All of those, when you stack them all up, yes, it's a very complicated stack or structure, but the savings that creates to the ratepayer for the next 20 years is significant. And that's to my earlier point, I think that's the obligation we sort of have to make sure that what we're doing is trying to create value ultimately for the ratepayer and the countries to allow for that.
I mean, I would agree with Adam's point. I think for us, the Caribbean continues to be a priority. Given that we IFC have also, in addition to what Adam mentioned, which is new technologies coming, reinforcement of the grid. Probably we're seeing more and more distributed generation, which is going to be also play a key role on the developing of the industry. We put together pre-investment facilities so that we can help on project development and preparation. So we have a team of people who works with some sponsors and investors to de-risk the project, to help with early assessments, etc. I think that technical assistance, I think, is important. So I think on that we're trying to step up our capabilities. And we are trying to do, I mean, for an institution like us, it's difficult to do small transactions, but we're using this facility also to, when we find a small project that makes sense and that, in the context of the country is needed. I mean, we're working now on a project in Haiti where we're doing very small financing.
And what is a small project for you? What investment size are we talking about?
Less than $20 million is small. So we're using money to help.
Sorry, less than 20 million?
Less than 20 is small.
Okay.
So, like to help, paying for consultants, lawyers, etc. So, help. So anyway, I think it's try to do a bit more with the tools that we have, with the, continued interest in the region.
Well, 20 million is still quite a ticket.
That's what I'm saying. We're doing more to smaller things.
Yeah. So if you ask where do I see the lowest hanging fruit, I would say that rooftop solar, if it's on hotels or on your own house, makes sense. It's relatively easy to finance because banks provide loans for that. If not small loans, then even big loans. It's like a bit of a commodity kind of product, and you add a lot of capacity and you save a lot of money as an individual or as a property owner by doing that. You don't need to wait for all kinds of regulations. Of course, it's limited to some regulatory bandwidth, but you can still do it. So the technology is there, the service provision, the installation is not that complex anymore. The finance is there, the regulatory framework allows you to do that to some extent. And the more you do of that, the more ground you break for bigger projects. So we have a few clients, for example, who have dual use solar panels. So you have the panels elevated, as an example, over there in the demonstration, where you have sheep walking and eating grass under the solar panels, finding some shade. We have clients where you can actually grow like tomatoes, what do you say here, under the solar panels, and then the tomatoes grow more healthy and better than if there were nothing over them. Well, then the solar panels generate electricity. So that's really stuff that happens today and for which you don't need to do very complex financial engineering, while the 20 million stuff obviously is needed because that brings you the big bang. But that takes way more time, takes structuring, takes blended capital. And we do a lot of that in our advisory practice, but that's stuff for the long run. It's not always the kind of projects that you have the highest success rate because there's a lot of break-off risk halfway, regulation, financial close with all kinds of financiers. So it's doable, and we would definitely advise developers to do that. But on the smaller end, say, sub 1 million, sub 10 million, there's a lot of work that can be done today.
I was just going to add that I agree. I think battery is clearly one of the most important opportunities that we're facing. And I think, we saw this precipitous decline in the pricing of solar panels. And I think we're seeing that now with storage. And, we were just talking that, now at this point, you can, have battery for at a residential level, and it can be economic and give you a payback in terms of reduced energy costs without net metering, right? So that's pretty huge that you can put solar and battery storage in your home and save money. And that's going to open up a huge opportunity for green finance through banks, right? Because everybody is going to want to be able to finance those systems for their residents or for their community.
Okay, thank you. I guess based on where each of you sits, and I'm sorry, this was not a prepared question, but let's go up. Where do you see the need in terms of persons who approach you for financing?
I'm a commercial bank, so they're coming for senior debt for the most part. I mean, we're happy to connect them with our network of sponsors or mezz lenders or whatever the case is. We'll also do bond format, so capital markets if the project so required. But generally, it's for the bulk of the financing. As most folks in this room know, you're coming to a commercial bank for 70, 75, 80% of the capital, and that's generally the market that us and the other commercial banks sort of play in.
I mean, on the equity side, typically, people are looking for capital that is going to allow them to get to financial close. So they need that equity capital because there's a lot of stuff that you have to do before the bank is going to give you a commitment letter. And so they need support for those costs. And I think typically they don't want to lose the project, right? So they want that financing to be non-dilutive if possible. They don't want to have to sell the project to raise the capital. So I think, common equity is sometimes what we provide, but more and more it's been mezzanine financing to really help get developers to the finish line.
Well, I can just add that to have a decent slice of equity or mezzanine capital in your project setup is really important, because if you have a longer period for development and at some point you need to start repaying your debt or your interest rate and you haven't even completed your project, that's one of those moments where you can actually lose a project. And obviously during implementation or operations, you may have setbacks. So what we do, we try and arrange the project setup via a financial model that allows for various scenarios. And we try to look for the highest equity component that is justifiable in the earn of the project, but also in the mix that other financiers want, because it's very important to not be over leveraged with that, because that limits your response to negative developments rather severely. I believe Fernando, your colleague, made a very good comment about that the other day, that to have a long horizon for development is very important to realize and then implement the project.
Thanks, Bob.
I mean, yeah, we're a large institution. We operate across balance sheet, so we can do, mostly debt, senior debt, but we also do mezzanine equity. We invest through funds. We can bring blended finance component, and as I mentioned, we have pre-investment windows. So, our side is pretty much everything. So we can do.
Okay, thank you. Okay, on to the questions. So, thoughts on financing battery storage projects focused on ancillary services. I think Alexa had briefly touched on financing battery storage, but any further thoughts on that from any of the other panelists?
Generally, I think battery storage under the right contract. I mean, that's really what we're financing at the end of the day is a contract for sale of electrons or storage of electrons for dispatch later. Battery storage. Certainly, I think in previous years we were always talking about battery systems attached to an intermittent generator. Now I think we're talking about storage units in isolation, and I'm actually less concerned with sort of what it's being used for. I think there's flexibility in terms of what you want to use it for. Using it for load shifting, or using it for frequent responses, or using it for ancillary services, or using it for home backup or resiliency. I'm not so concerned about that. I think from our perspective, I think generally we're supportive of the push to renewables. Clearly, batteries are going to play a significant role in that. In that, along with other storage technologies. And so, absolutely, I think financing for batteries is no longer novel or necessarily something that's reserved just for development banks or high risk capital.
Yeah, and I'd like to add that it's what you call stationary technology. It's in a way a bit of a commodity. Then it depends on whether you use it for your own house, for your private storage, or whether you go green hydrogen storage and then have the backup. That's a totally different ballgame, of course. But that also has happened. One of our clients does that. So I think battery storage is a very important development that is very worthwhile of considering for financiers. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so the next question is, what is the number one thing you would wish for to improve financing availability? No, I think that we're agreed that financing is available. So I interpreted that question to mean, what is it, I think, that if you were to identify one thing that you think could push a project through the door, what do you think that could be in terms of what is presented to you?
Like, what's the one thing to push a project through the door that gives you a lot of confidence about the project? I mean, it's the sponsor. It's the experience of the sponsor, 100%, right? If this is their fourth project and they've done 3 good ones, that's incredibly important. And then, of course, you look at the characteristics of the project, and does it have any kind of fatal flaws? But, working with an experienced, knowledgeable, sponsor with integrity, that's second to none.
I second that.
Yeah, I third. But I think just to maybe flip it a little bit, but not 100% agree, but if we just answer the question maybe a little bit different. On our side, I think one thing that would be really nice to have, and Barbados has started a program on the feed-in tariff, so it's standardization. Paul mentioned a little bit about commoditize, sort of industry, and it really is at this point. Modules are a commodity in my view. Solar installations are a commodity. We can commoditize the financing, not necessarily for the very complex stuff and necessarily the large scale, but certainly at a feed-in tariff level. So whether you consider that sub 10 megawatts, sub 5 megawatts, sub 5 kilowatts, it's up to you. But if you could get standardization of contracts, particularly, and then I think you could have standardization of financing contracts, which would help. This probably hits the last question in terms of reducing costs of implementation, and I think just a more steady pipeline of just knowing that projects are just going to come through the door. The financing is almost automatic, and certainly for residential and small CNI, I think that's a market, and so we're pretty excited to see where Barbados will go with it, and hopefully other islands will sort of take those lessons learned of how you can deploy mass type commodity renewable energy.
I fully agree with that, and would like to add one point, is that financing is not a standard product, even under the 5 megawatt or 1 megawatt. So I would encourage entrepreneurs and developers, and even the owners, if you're not in the energy business, to start thinking of how you would like to finance your project very early on, rather than developing all kinds of, having quotations and doing technical studies, and then start thinking of how to access financing. Because if you start considering what kind of finance you need and then start preparing for it, you increase your chances of success, and you shorten the development period quite considerably, because finance is for many people a black box, right? And it isn't really. You can open it and it's got things in there, you can sort them out, and you can make it go way faster.
Okay, thanks, Paul. All right, I'm not too sure whether or not the panelists can feel comfortable answering the next one, but
on the philanthropic funding?
Yes.
I think that's a great question. I would say that at this point, I haven't seen a lot of grant funding for renewable energy projects, but I do see grant funding for kind of projects around renewable energy, right? So for example, like we were talking about grazing on solar, on solar project land, or to address a deforestation issue in the region, that there is philanthropic funding that can support the project if the project is willing to do a little bit more in terms of its environmental, social, and community impact. But for just the straight ahead solar project, I don't know that there's enough philanthropic focus in that area. Yeah.
We do look into grant opportunities for all of our clients, obviously, since it's the cheapest, if you like, form of equity. We see in general there is less and less grant available to run or operate renewable energy assets. That used to be different in the early days. That's a good signal, basically, because it tells you that once you're on the road, it's a sustainable, financially sustainable operation. So that's a good sign. For the development side, so when you are on the track of developing your project, you may need some grants, meaning basically you don't have enough equity to get there. That's sometimes available, and there's a sort of a relationship between the size of a project and its innovation level, if you like, its innovativeness. and the likelihood to find grants. But by and large, and in general, it's very difficult to find grants. It's more that you then need equity with a reduced return requirement or something like that, impact investment, or your own capital, or friends, fools, and families that would provide you with the capital. That's the best way if there's no grant available. Yeah.
We do have a group of people within our organization in IFC that basically works in trying to bring blended finance to projects on a global basis. And yes, we're able to. It is true that the majority is not in the form of non-returnable capital, so grants. There is some, and obviously this is competing globally for Africa and other type of project. I would say it is available, but it's difficult, and it's the case has to be made so that I think we've seen that it's probably much more available for things that are new technologies, with the central component of innovation, or for certain geographies, certain specific, I would say, countries where there's a specific donor appetite.
You could mention Haiti, for example.
Yes, for instance, that's one. But it's limited. Now, again, as I said earlier, I think it's part of our job and job of other institutions like us to make the case to continue to bring more and more, because that's one of our roles. So.
I think what we've seen is certainly if I hear the word grant funding, I'm giving a call to the guy to my left. But the other multilaterals as well. So CDB, you've got the grant that turns into a loan if it's successful. If not, it's basically forgiven. But there's different programs. I agree with Miguel. It's not mainstream, so it's not meant to boost your return. It's meant to create an impact and get a project that otherwise wouldn't go forward without it. So it's really meant for the novel stuff or the stuff that really requires it. And I agree with Alexa on the philanthropic side. I haven't seen it too much on the energy side. I mean, I've seen an interest from philanthropic donors to participate in particularly the Caribbean Climate Smart initiative. But we've also seen it on the peripheral, like Alexa mentioned, in terms of the Debt for Nature programs you've seen sort of circling the Caribbean. We've seen great appetite from very noble institutions and foundations looking at how they can help sovereigns, island countries, and island governments with generally high debt loads, how you can unlock value by participating sometimes behind the scenes, so you're not seeing it. But like I said, very noble sort of causes to helping some of the conservation efforts that we have in the region.
Okay, thanks. Financing for residential and/or small commercial solar projects. I don't know whether or not each of you would be able to speak to that. I was formerly in the financial sector, and I know that you have certain teams that can answer some questions, but at the end of the day, it's it goes to credit. But if you can.
We do offer financing for small commercial solar. We haven't done residential other than through the vector of financial intermediaries that we support. But yeah, on the small commercial side, we've gone as small as 100 kilowatts. And then in those cases, we would be bundling the transaction to get them to a scale appropriate for financing. So trying to bring them together to at least the kind of 1-2 megawatt range. And so, yeah, we did that in the Dominican Republic and in Jamaica. Also in Central America, we had a facility for that in Honduras.
Yeah, same. We're a full suite bank, so we've clearly done the residential side, even without financeable contracts, if you want to say that. They sort of append to the home mortgage, and then same with small commercial. We've had to loosen the grip on just doing project finance structures for utility size or larger size projects, and look at more standardized or simpler facility type agreements for small projects, 100 kW, 250 kW. If we've got the opportunity to bundle them and we're put them in a warehousing facility, we certainly can look at that. But I think even one-offs, particularly for existing clients who've got a business that we know well, and it's an appendage to that business. For us, we certainly want to help drive the revolution. So yeah, we're looking at ways to help and participate in those.
No, it's same here. Actually, we're a large institution. We need scale, but and we're doing it. We're doing projects like this where investors are bundling this into larger pool of assets that either we provide a warehousing facility or long-term facility or an aggregate basis. Of course, if we're talking about one project or two projects, it doesn't work for us. But as long as you can aggregate to I don't know, 20, 30 of these projects, and we have done it in places where there is scalability. Yeah, sure, why not?
And we too have several clients, Caribbean companies, who develop those projects for property owners, individual, corporate, or SMEs. And then we can help them to be introduced to a bank and sometimes sit with the bank, although these days it's getting easier. Sit with the bank and see what's the best structure for that company, that client, to offer financing to the eventual user of the solar system. So, and that's part of our portfolio, yes, yeah.
Okay, great. Thanks. That's actually, that's some good news there. I am personally interested in the responses to that last question. High interest rates. How has that affected project development? And do the concessional finance providers need to step up or do more to mitigate?
So I keep getting told by people that interest rates aren't high, they're normal, and that we just spent our careers in an era of free money. So anyway, I don't know if they're high or normal, but they're certainly different than they were a couple of years ago, ever since kind of that mid-2022 period. And I think what we saw was like the high interest rate was really a developed market phenomenon for the most part, right? Like we saw interest rates go, sharply up by like 500 basis points, and it was very, kind of stressful for the market to absorb that significant increase. But what we saw in emerging markets was much more muted, because at the same time we saw risk spreads compress quite a bit. So we didn't see a sharp increase in financing cost for projects that we were financing in the Caribbean or in Central America. And in some cases, we actually saw financing costs go down. I don't know that it's had a huge increase or a huge impact yet at the project level, but certainly as an investment fund manager, this was typical for the whole private equity ecosystem, it was harder to raise capital, right? Because we saw the LPs in Europe or North America kind of sitting on the sidelines, kind of happy to keep their money in a term deposit that was paying 5% and they were taking literally no risk, versus doing an impact fund, focused on renewable energy generation in the emerging markets. So I think that affected capital availability.
Yeah, I think for us, so certainly operating projects, generally are hedged, so they're fixed rate instruments for the most part. But on the project development, it certainly made bidding sponsors who were bidding into programs an interesting time. We got a lot of questions and asks around how do we hedge the rate that they're going to bid, and if they win, that we've got to honor whether that rate obviously goes up. That's their main concern, because that eats into the economics. That is tricky. There are solutions for that. There are derivatives available for that. So it is interesting. That's US dollar derivatives. Unfortunately, I think the Caribbean local dollar instruments don't quite have the sophistication of what you can buy in the US markets or international markets. But on the flip side, on the local dollar side, we just haven't seen that and it's more a volatility issue than it has been that they're high. It's not knowing what they're going to be, because they've really sort of moved around over the last sort of few years. I think that's what really, you're looking for certainty from the time you submit a bid to the time you get awarded. You just need to know what that number is going to be. Particularly, you just don't want interest rate doubling on you, and the benchmark rate, which is what the banks can't control without buying a derivative. But back to the point, it's the local currency has definitely not moved around as much. So for folks who've got the ability to get local currency financing, and that's been a huge shift, certainly that we've seen, you can take away a lot of that volatility, you can reduce a lot of the FX risk, and you can take advantage of the fact that you're no longer exposed to high US dollar treasuries or US dollar benchmarks. So there's a lot of benefits to it. The limitation there is just not then access to some of the other institutions who don't have that access or bring the benefits of some of that. And it's, of course, a lot more limited than the depth of what's available in the US market.
Well, what we see is that it affects the loan interest rates for the end users, so the private owners of solar systems, for example. But other than that, I'd say two things. The one is that since interest also composes of a risk component, that over time that risk component is going down because there's less risk, as we discussed. So that balances out to some extent the increase because of the money market. So it's not that the interest rates are going through this, the going sky high. And as mentioned, we have really been pampered by very low interest rates. And another element is that if interest rates affect your project, you might then choose to have more equity in the project, which if you can find it, that's a big if. It's usually a wise thing to do because, as I said earlier, many projects have been over-leveraged with debt, and that hits you at some point. So the pricing of that, regardless of why you would want to choose equity, may lead people to seek more equity and less debt. So that's, in a way, can't say it's positive, but it's neutralizing the negative effect to some extent.
Yeah, I would say yes, true. The cost of capital may have increased a bit lately. I mean, clearly, we continue to see the spreads to be pretty competitive based on given liquidity in the market. There's some spread compression, but of course the base rate is the base rate and has increased. So cost of capital increased, that may have an impact. But there's other things, as we know, there's other things that impact the competitiveness and it could be, these days it could be outweighed also by, solar panels are in a low price this time. Some of the other technologies are also decreasing price. So I guess many variables interplay now. Cost of capital for some projects has increased, and that's a variable that needs to be considered. But we continue in the Caribbean context, as opposed to other markets that are much more tighter in terms of the, if you look at other geographies, I don't know, Brazil, the returns are so tight that any movement in the interest rates just makes your project not viable. So it's a lot of delays. I think here there's a bit more space for investors to play. So.
Thank you. Thank you so much to our panelists. I'll just spend we have a few seconds left, so I think we did very, very well on time. Thank you very much for achieving that. As you would have seen, as you would have heard, yes, the opportunities are definitely there for the consummation of bankable projects, and hopefully we would have benefited from the blueprint that has been provided by the lady and gentleman on the stage. Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon.
Life in our region has always been intertwined with nature, and while the challenges ahead may not be within our control, they are our responsibility. CIBC Caribbean believes that climate change, environmental responsibility, and business objectives are connected, as a healthy environment fosters sustainable economic growth and opportunity for our region. We seek to integrate environmental, social, and governance considerations into every aspect of our business. This includes our lending and investments to help drive sustainability and resiliency. Whether it's the $500 million in financing we've helped facilitate for blue and green sustainable initiatives, or the $5 billion we've arranged within the past 3 years for corporate and government clients, CIBC Caribbean continues to be a committed partner to our clients and the Caribbean region. It's our responsibility as individuals and as a business to set an example. We firmly believe in the promise of renewable energy. We believe in environmental conservation. And we believe in you, the individual. We're making it easy for our clients to go green with loans to purchase electric vehicles or to make their homes and businesses more energy self-sufficient. We support the region's transition to a low-carbon future, and we're helping to strengthen the resilience of our communities, whether that's helping governments keep their countries green or helping you. We're proud to be working with our clients and partners across the Caribbean to create a sustainable future for us all.
And that starts with us.
So join CIBC Caribbean in a brighter tomorrow, a greener future for all our people.
Well, thank you, everyone. One more panel left before lunch. And as a reminder, the conference does continue after lunch. So we've got three panels after lunch on the future of large renewables in the Caribbean, many distinguished speakers. So please don't head to the beach straight after lunch. So lots of interesting themes there, lots of positive messages, more sources of financing available, still more standardization required to speed up deployment and support returns. And the other big theme, the importance of the role of battery storage in the region. Our last panel before lunch will be moderated by Christopher Burgess from the Rocky Mountain Institute, and we have a very distinguished panel to talk about battery storage solutions, unlocking the next phase of the energy transition. Welcome.
All right. Hello, CREF. You guys hungry? All right, let's go. I don't know why we're pushing lunch till 2 o'clock, Matthew, but I'll try to be entertaining. I'm Chris Burgess. I'm the Director of Projects for RMI, and it is my pleasure to have this esteemed panel with all of you this afternoon to talk about battery energy storage, which has been incredibly disruptive and transformative the last couple years in the energy space, but it's even more disruptive in our everyday lives, as all of you right now are paying homage to your phones, which are battery energy storage devices. On an hourly by second basis, we're all addicted to these machines. Nearly 6 billion humans have cell phones. That's how many small batteries are out there in the world. And it's not just phones. We've got cars, tools, lighting, AV equipment, lawn equipment, drones. Hollywood called RMI last year and said, how do we get rid of diesel generators for our sets? So they've got batteries all over Hollywood sets now. Batteries are truly disruptive. And the utility industry is taking notice. Just in the last 3 months, well, October, November, December of 23, 12,000 megawatt hours were installed in the US alone, $4.8 billion in 3 months, which was a 100% increase from Q3, which was 350% increase from Q4 of 22. This is a big industry. And it's why every diesel manufacturer you've ever known has purchased a battery company, right? So what does that mean for CREF? What does that mean for us? New Energy, Bloomberg New Energy Finance and DNVGL are saying that we're going to have 20 gigawatts a year installed just in North America by 2030, a year. For the Caribbean, thanks to the CREF, by the way, I've got some data. 7,500 megawatts of peak demand in the region, give or take. That does not include Trinidad. Sorry, guys. If you take 7,500 megawatts and just firm up about 30% of that, which is kind of lowballing the energy transition goals of the countries. You get 2,200 megawatts. You put that into a 2-hour battery, that's 4,400 megawatt hours. You get a market just in those select countries of $1.8 billion, okay? That neatly fits into about 565 containers, which is nothing. The Miami port that's here does 600,000 containers a year, right? So it's less than 1% of what they do. And that just brings us to what's going on in the Caribbean and why utilities, entrepreneurs, EPCs, ministers are going to talk about battery energy storage for our region. So I'm going to start with the utilities, just because it makes the most economic sense right now, given the fuel surcharge and how much savings we can have with batteries. So I'm going to start with Sasha. We know CUC has some exciting plans for batteries very soon. Can you tell the audience why you have chosen batteries and what the benefits will be to the ratepayers?
Sure, thanks. Great to be here again at CREF. Hello, everybody. So we have an active project that's ongoing now. It's actually reaching towards the end of it. We're installing a 20 megawatt hour battery onto our system. It's got 1 hour storage. The primary use of the battery is to provide spinning reserve to the diesel gensets, as opposed to carrying extra diesel power online to provide that spinning reserve. We've modeled that the efficiency gain from doing such a thing is about 5-6%. When you consider that we've spent about $130 million a year on fuel in prior years, 5-6% pays for a lot of batteries. And so even though there is a cost required to fund these batteries, the fuel savings by far outstrips that cost. It's a very easy business case to do. As we all know, batteries have multiple uses. So one of the side benefits with that spinning reserve is we'll also be able to increase the renewable energy penetration on our grid from distributed solar, because we don't have to carry as much spinning reserve to cover that. So that's a good thing for that industry. But there's so many other uses. You know, we talk about wanting to get to choose a country. There are different targets: 30 by 30, 100 by 45, 100 by 50. It doesn't really matter what your target is. Once you get to 30%, you can't go any further without storage. You stop, because unless you're using something else other than solar, right? So if you're using solar, by the time you get to 30%, at the middle of the day when you're getting your peak output from solar panels, you have no more load to give it because it's taking all of your load. So you have to dump the remainder into a battery. So just from a load shifting standpoint, you have to have storage to get past that. But you don't want to wait to get there to start thinking about storage, right? That's what happened in California, the famous duck curve, where storage is coming to solve the problem. It's better to think about that in advance, learn the lessons that they've learned, and build a storage project ahead of not a storage project, but a storage plan ahead of the problems coming in, and make sure that you're deploying storage in the most efficient way, as opposed to retroactively installing storage to solve problems that you created when you didn't think about it.
So from a regulatory standpoint, I know we've worked with a lot of countries and utilities in the region because of the legacy fuel pass-through and the fact that the utilities actually can't monetize the fuel, they pass it through. How is CUC going to pay the battery back if it's mainly fuel savings?
There'll be a rate adder that funds it. When we spoke to the regulator about this project, they looked at what the revenue requirement would be to pay for it, and it was so much lower than the fuel cost savings. It wasn't a very difficult decision. So it's a net savings, about $5-6 million a year to the consumers, over and above that rate adder.
Yeah, I think we even looked at like maybe suspending the fuel pass-through just on the asset for the number of months that it would pay back. I think Barbados may have done that years ago. But I think we need to get more creative around some of the legacy fuel contracts and utility contracts in order to incorporate this technology. So there's another aspect to batteries, and it's quite prevalent in Puerto Rico and USVI and other parts of the states where you have some incentives, maybe you have a resiliency measure, and that's really behind the meter storage. And we don't talk about that a lot because there's not a robust market yet. But if anybody is going to tackle a challenge and a non-robust market, it's going to be Angela Rainford from. So she's going to have some ideas of when storage makes sense for her clients and maybe what we need to do in the region to further incentivize and incorporate this technology.
Chris, you totally embarrassed me. I'm on stage. I feel like daggers coming out. No, so we have looked at energy storage projects for our CNI strategy, and unfortunately to date we have not yet been able to get the numbers to work. The economics have been improving, but we, at the beginning, I think to some extent naively, when I was discussing it with my technical guy, I said, look, the cost of energy is so high, surely it must work. And he's like, Angela, no, it still doesn't work. I was like, no, trust me, it must work. So I said, look, let's just do the numbers. Let's do the numbers and let's check. And the reality, the client in question, they have a 24-hour load. They need energy all the time. And we're basically looking to design and help them finance a system not to take them off the grid. I'm looking at Rick over there, not to take them off the grid, my JPS friends, but instead to help them just reduce the cost and have a power quality for them was a really key element. And then also there's another element around they wanted a certain degree of energy independence, and they wanted to market the story of reducing their carbon footprint. That was really, really key for them. But no matter how much our clients say, well, we care about all these other things, at the end of the day, when you show them the commercial proposal, it still comes down to the bottom line. So even though they say we want to go green, when you show them the numbers, they're like, we still want to save money. We don't want to pay extra to be green. So we ran the battery numbers, and this was maybe 2-3 years ago. And what we were going to do, we would have to upsize the solar. So it was solar plus a battery energy storage system. We'd upsize the solar, and anything that they generate during the day of excess, they would charge up the battery, and then they would have a bit of extra generation during the evenings. And it was just increasing the overall cost for the projects. And the clients, in the end, we showed that to them and said, look, as long as you're aware, this is going to be more expensive for you. And they decided not to proceed with it. We have since started looking at the numbers again, and we still are not quite there. And I think one of the key messages, coming to Sasha's point, is there's several use cases for energy storage. Do you want to be totally off grid? Do you want like universal? Do you want power all the time that you are solely self-generating? Do you want to shift, kind of dealing with the peaks? Do you want to reduce the peak? There are all these different services that you want. Is there a power quality issue that you're willing to pay for and you believe that batteries are going to help you with that? And we are still looking for a case where we can implement this. I am the positive, my tech guy is a good British naysayer. He's like, I don't believe it until I see it. Very scientific guy. He's a former astrophysicist. So I'm hoping at some point we will get to the point where my entrepreneurial optimism will match the technical numbers.
Well, what about demand charges, right? So I think that's where it started in the States, because demand charges can be more than your energy charge in some cases. So can batteries mitigate some of that demand at any markets that you're working in?
It can, but again, it's a question of how much, right? You still need to run the numbers, and each client has a different profile. We're not all the same. And what we've seen specifically, I can speak to a little bit about the Jamaican market, and we have other representatives here for other country jurisdictions. But the demand, there's a rate tariff review. There are constantly rate tariff reviews. And the demand charge has actually come down the energy charge has come down and demand charge has gone up. But even then, we're still not quite there, Chris.
Sad.
No, it's opportunity. It's not sad, but look, I added yet to the end of the
As long as you added yes to the end of that. All right, well, let's talk about something that is going to be implemented in the near term. And that is battery energy storage at utility scale in the wonderful country of Belize. So Honorable Minister Michelle Chabot, please tell us about Belize's battery energy storage plans.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. So Belize is embarking on a 40 megawatt battery energy storage system. We anticipate that this is going to be on the ground by the end of 2025, and I believe it's going to be the first in the Caribbean. And so I'm proud to say that Belize continues to lead in this field, in the energy field. And our project has really two major components. The first is really to be able to integrate additional renewable energy generation into the system. And secondly, to ensure that the national grid is resilient, especially in light of the fact that we are in a hurricane zone. And so these are the two major components for us. But I think critically, it has a major impact for Belize because we still import about 50% of the electricity we use from Mexico. And so having battery is going to provide us with energy independence to a greater degree, and certainly energy security. It will enable us to stave off some of the rolling blackouts we've been experiencing, because Mexico in the south, the southern part of Mexico, has been having some major problems with their system. And so because we rely on them, we're hoping that this battery storage system is going to help us to alleviate that problem.
Yeah, so let's talk about the reliability and the resilience aspect of batteries. We're going to get into that with Ali here shortly. But in terms of the Belize context, are the 40 megawatts all going to be in one location, or are you thinking of maybe putting those in a more distributed fashion in the country?
Yeah, so they're going to be split. They're going to be placed in 4 different locations of 10 megawatts each. And of course, this is really to ensure that we have the resilient system that we need across the country.
Yeah, fantastic. And I just want to let everyone know that Belize, for many, many years, has been a leader in renewable energy that not enough people talk about, between the hydro, the biomass, now the solar, and even part of that Mexican grid is fairly clean in terms of its generation. So just commend Belize for being a leader in the region and in Central America. So that brings me to Mr. Urban here. Brian Urban has a project in St. Kitts, which has been monumental in terms of its scale and its functionality, and how it can really change the paradigm of a centralized utility construct in the Eastern Caribbean. I know you guys have been working at that for a while. What can you tell us about the St. Kitts Solar and Storage Project?
Okay, well, I appreciate it, Chris. Welcome this afternoon. So, like the other panelists, I think there's the desire or the need for a multi-use function for this battery system. And fortunately, because of the scale, it's a 45 megawatt hour system, and roughly combined with a hybrid 35 megawatt solar, we can achieve some of the things that are needed for the load shifting and supplying the evening peak hours through the battery system. But the additional benefits, which I think Angela described, is you also can do some of the other features. And I think that's what's needed to get even more value of the battery system. And with that, I think it's extremely important in the smaller grid situations, especially where the stability of the grid and the power quality is even, a challenge at times. And adding the significant amount of solar capacity, whether it's distributed or even, a larger utility scale, continues to cause grid instability. So, for the project we have has a little benefit in that we are connected directly into the main bus of the grid. And so we're not only, the battery system not only functions to smooth the solar, handle the ramp rate to the solar when cloud cover comes over, manage the load shifting, but also stabilize frequency, voltage, spinning reserve, and load balancing on a consistent basis, just because of the size of the battery. So the scale makes a difference. It's not always that easy to get that scale. So uniquely, the challenge for it is for other projects, I think, is to implement those added benefits with a more of a standard solar hybrid project.
Yeah, so unlike just a utility scale solar project, which may have some advanced inverters, you're still getting the intermittencies of obviously cloud cover and solar radiation rates. But what you're saying is you're able to firm that power up and deliver a firm block of power to Skellig at certain times of the day?
Yeah, I think the goal when we got into this was to take an intermittent resource and create baseload power, right? I mean, that's the fundamental desire we have with this, whether it's wind or solar, to take that intermittent resource and create a dispatchable profile, frankly. And so we've done that in connection with Skellig and the team there, such that we can give very predictable profile for anywhere from 14 to 16 hours a day. We'll have certain blocks of capacity that we can predict for the utility. It allows the utilities to plan their generation around that, obviously, and get more efficiency in their generation profile, because they're also not handling the ramp rate issues that they have, or the load balancing issues, because the battery has enough depth to handle that as well as the base load. So that's a really important factor to try to build into projects.
Yeah, right. So it's grid forming, right? And you're at the main bus, which for non-electrical engineers, that just means right at the power plant where the extension cord comes from out to everyone. You're just plugging right in at the power plant. So there's not a lot of downline issues that you may have if you're way, far down in the distribution system. But there's firm power, and then there's critical power. And so I want to talk about microgrids. And Ali Nuri has been very busy in the region the last couple of years, working in a grant modality for a couple different countries, one of them Belize, doing microgrids. And we've certainly done a lot of microgrids where they make a ton of sense, because if they're isolated, they're isolated. That's the only form of power that certain facility has or that community has. But also microgrids can be at critical facilities that are connected to the grid. So they can work with the grid all day, every day, but then decouple, right? And become its own island, so to speak, for that critical resource. Think of hospitals, think of water treatment, right? Think of telecom, all your critical services. So Ali, tell us about your role with smart energy and microgrid deployment in the region.
Thank you very much for inviting me for this very nice panel. I would like to start congratulating the CREF team for putting together a very nice program. This is my first participation, and it will certainly not be the last one. I really enjoyed these 3 days here in Miami, interacting with the very nice diversified participants. So yes, Smart Energy is an EPC company for solar and storage, and we have been active in the Caribbean region, doing microgrids in Antigua Barbuda, doing microgrids in Belize, and doing also some storage, pure storage or pure solar projects in other islands. For us, the use of the battery in the microgrid, where the battery is really grid forming, it is the source that is maintaining the grid 24 hours. Solar is coming in and out, and the genset are coming in and out. But the storage is always there, maintaining the grid and ensuring the stability. And to be honest with you, initially we thought we might be switching from grid forming to grid following when the gensets are in, and we were predicting a lower reliability for the power electronics compared to the conventional. And when we observed, it's just the opposite. The batteries are extremely reliable, and they are working 24 hours we have experienced zero disconnection because of the battery storage in those two projects. And so that was the first nice surprise. And when we're called up to implement a pure battery for spinning reserves in Dominica, we are really putting a lot of emphasis in making this battery providing multiple services, spinning, but also a black start, but also shifting, shifting energy from the day to the night to address the peak. And we, in general, we were, of course, already a very enthusiastic proponent of solar, but with solar and storage together, we really think that there is a wave of deployment of this combined technology that is going to address most of the needs in the coming.
Yeah, let's break that down. So, we've been familiar and a part of a number of microgrids in the region. Some of them incredibly transformative. So, 90 to 95% renewables. And that's only because the battery technology is cheap enough and it's reliable enough that you only need the diesels for a few hundred hours a year, right? And that isn't because there's some bleeding heart for, the environment or carbon. That's because that's the least cost of certain power systems. Now, granted, they're small power systems. Montserrat, Family Islands, Grenadines, right? Off-grid in Belize. But Ali, you have some information that has wowed me this week of the coming price declines in battery that may sweep further into larger power systems in terms of least cost. Can you talk about that?
Yes, of course. So we see, in fact, two effects that are combining together. First, the capex, the cost of acquiring a battery is falling extremely rapidly. I think we have witnessed maybe 30% decrease per year, which is very significant. And we think that it will continue at least for 2024, 2025, and we can, I think we are going to witness a very affordable price for those batteries in the coming days or weeks. The second effect is that the number of cycles that those batteries are able to do with liquid cooling has increased a lot, has doubled. So the combination of both, more cycles and lower capex will make the batteries extremely attractive in the coming weeks or months.
So that's the price lever, right? But as we know in the Caribbean, it's not always about price. There's some other market barriers that are in place. So, the US just did 12,000 megawatts in 3 months, 4.8 billion, right? How can we unlock the very conservative $1.8 billion market in the Caribbean? If it's not just the price lever, what else do we have to accomplish as a region to get that implemented? We touched on a little bit, Sasha, with some innovative regulation in terms of a rate rider and being able to use fuel savings, right, to pay that off. Anything else you guys have in mind to really unlock this market and put savings and energy transition in the hands of these Caribbean countries? Anyone?
I think early adopters like Belize, like Barbados, like others, the early adopters will encourage the others to go forward.
Copycats.
Yeah.
Copycats. All right. Angela.
I would just add, I think having a favorable duty environment, so in terms of import duties, that tends to be a pretty easy one that governments can implement. So just ensuring that for batteries, whether it's lithium ion, just remove the tax, just use the fiscal lever that you have to encourage it.
Sasha.
Yeah, for us, I think it's finding the use cases that benefit the most amount of people, right? So if, in our case, all of our customers are going to benefit from that one battery system. And so you got to find those cases where you can provide services through a grid, and that way you're helping everybody. some of the use cases I've heard today, critical power and all these other points, that helps the end user that has the storage, and sometimes that's sufficient enough to fund that project. Angela's still having trouble getting some of her clients to feel that way. But when you can find a way of deploying it that vast numbers of individuals can make that benefit, then you have an easier discussion to have.
Yeah, it's the equity, right? It's the equity. We can't have just certain segments of the economy investing in battery storage and taking load away from the grid. It has to be a symbiotic relationship. Minister, you had a thought as well.
Yeah, certainly regulation. I think we need to be able to have that enabling environment locally, and definitely incentivizing the importation. I think that is going to be very attractive, and that can be very lucrative as well.
Great. Brian, did you have any thoughts on implementation?
I echo what Minister said. I think standardizing some tariff structures is particularly around the ancillary services. That's where I think you're getting the benefit across the whole grid and perspective, but being able to standardize the tariff structure that's compensates appropriately for the value that battery brings. That's really, and it's not just in the Caribbean, it's across the globe, because we do it in various regions across the globe, and we face that, across the U.S. and the different jurisdictions there as well.
Yeah, because they make those markets like hourly, right? So you got to bid in for an hour and you have no real long-term contract. So it's hard to justify a 10-year investment for an hourly, free market contract. So that's
exactly right. And in some markets, it's more developed. Obviously, it's been a longer history, but in this case, where it's more confined, I think establishing a good balance of regulatory tariff structure that can compensate the investors to come into and put these structures in place that'll help the utilities.
All right, I'm gonna get really crazy right now. So in many places, I should say many places, in a few places, resiliency and reliability and regulation has driven a major home or residential battery market, right? Hawaii, where they made it a requirement to have a battery to put even one solar panel on your roof after a certain time. Puerto Rico and USVI, because of the outages after Irma Maria, many people took matters into their own hands and did solar and battery for themselves. There is a ton of installations, like we're just now uncovering with the USVI. There's at least 25 megawatts, that's megawatts, of residential battery storage that literally just sits there, right? It just sits there. Yes, it collects solar energy, it doesn't take it back to the grid, but it's kind of just sitting there. That's an asset that we talked about that can be dispatched way cheaper than Aggreko units, way cheaper than, most small operations. How do we leverage the next wave of virtual power plants that are happening in Hawaii now? That's not a fantasy, that's a real thing. That could happen in the Caribbean, and that are happening in like Brooklyn and Portland and Vermont and some other places in the world. Anybody have thoughts on VPPs? Oh, I'm way too far for this. Come on, Sasha.
I'll step in here for a minute. I think my view is it's fairly limited, to be candid. I think the opportunity to take distributed generation, distributed batteries in particular, and really enhance the grid capacity is a challenge from a technology and systems perspective. That's what we've seen.
So I had that same thought. I was like, does everybody need fiber optics to their house so they can dispatch it? They don't. That's what I thought. Basically, you just program the thing like you do an alarm clock. And you say, between the hours of 6 p.m. and 8 p.m., deliver 20% of battery capacity until I'm reprogrammed. So it essentially does that every day. So it's kind of like a demand response thing, which the utility can get some value of during peak times. And you can get compensated from the utility because now the utility doesn't have to buy another diesel genset, doesn't have to upgrade XYZ. Sasha, I'm looking at you.
So that sounds great, and it actually would be a value. But in practice, having spent some time in a control room where those sort of decisions are being made, resources aren't dispatched like that. I mean, you can, but it's a lesser value resource. As a grid operator, you're looking to make a decision within a minute. I need it now, not 45 minutes from now when it comes on schedule, because things happen. There may be another contingent situation that you need to cover. And I think that really is the challenge with the VPP concept. I think it can work, but the devil is certainly in the details. These are assets. Their primary use might be a critical power cover, and you're trying to pick up the pieces when it's not being needed for that. So you've got a shared use of an asset, and so you have to expect that when you call on it, it may not be available. So or it may not perform in the way that you need it to perform at that time. So you have to factor that in and sort of take the benefit is not all there, but it is some there. And can you create a communication network down to all these tiny little resources that is reliable enough to deliver what you want it to? And the experience that we hear from other utilities that do get into VPPs is, yeah, it should work, but it hasn't yet. And I think it really is in the details of how you get that done, and how you ensure that these consumer or commercial devices will interact with the grid in an appropriate way.
Yeah, it's like my son who's 14, his answer to everything is, oh, AI will figure that out. I said, okay, that's great. Way to get a cop out. But let me ask it to you a different way. How do we keep people from defecting from the grid? Load defection. So if I've got a solar and battery installation USVI, and I barely use the utility for anything except for a connection fee and a meter reading fee, how do you keep people on the grid if you're not incentivizing the firm dispatch? I mean, I can literally go on Amazon right now. I can go on Amazon right now. Hold on, I'll come back. And I can buy a battery that's like, 4,000 kW that'll be delivered by Amazon Prime that I can plug into my house, plug in the solar, and I could basically load defect, while staying on the grid. How do we keep people on the grid? How do we keep this a democracy and not, everybody out for themselves? Anyone?
It's very simple. Number one, the same technology that you can deploy at a consumer site, provided there is grid connection there, is the same technology that can be deployed on a grid scale. On a grid scale, you can not only get better economies of scale, but you get the benefit of diversity. When you're doing a microgrid, you have to have much larger capacity to get through those peaks. When you connect to a grid, those peaks diversify, and you don't need near as much capacity when you centralize the resource. So while there is a use case for going off grid in small, particularly remote instances, we talk about family islands and so on. That's it's a great example. Although that's not off grid because there is no grid. But you
No, they have a grid, but it's not connected back to Nassau.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
So the key is keep the grid reliable, lower the cost of the grid. And once you can do those two things, why would you want to come off?
I don't disagree. What if we just put all the batteries in certain strategic spots throughout the distribution system, let the utility operate it, and rate base all storage? Inquiring minds. You rate base substations and transformers.
I mean, that's kind of what happens when you deploy assets. Like our batteries are the ones that we're doing now are being deployed in specific locations.
See, I threw you a softball, Sasha.
Yeah,
I threw you a softball.
I agree with your statement. Let's do it.
All right. Any other comments from the audience before we get into these questions? We just got about 10 minutes left.
No, I was just saying to Sasha that he was spot on. I mean, if you think about it, the default system, the status quo is centralized for a reason. It has been for a very, very long time. So the idea of decentralization would have to be, what is it undoing? Why does it exist? What's the value proposition of becoming decentralized? Because that has been the status quo. And part of the reason why we are seeing decentralization is because the cost of being decentralized has reduced. And a lot of that is a factor of the solar industry. Until solar reduced costs so significantly, there was no economic incentive to come off the grid. So if you want to reverse it, not that I'm obviously on the other side of the trade, but to reverse it is to do the opposite. You shift the economics back the other direction and let the market, if it's provided it's a free market, it's not always a free market, but if it's free market, that will be the answer to the math question. That's it.
I like it. Yeah, and I think we got to be careful in the Caribbean because everyone looks to Europe or the States or South America and say, hey, well, they're doing it that way. Well, listen, I live in Maryland. There's not a power plant within 100 miles, right? It's a huge system that if you want resiliency and you want reliability, yeah, you're going to do solar and battery close to where you need to. And if the grid's down, right, or there's a 100-mile line that needs to be repaired, at least you have something. It's not the same on Cayman, right? Everything's pretty close, and you're your own little ecosystem. So we have to look at things through that lens as well. All right. Oh God, I don't want to explain ancillary services on this panel. No. We can Google that. Right, Sachi? I mean, that's a tough one to get into in this panel. These are mainly technical questions. I don't think we're going to recommend credible companies on the stage. Okay, there's one. With smart meter and other smart devices, the communication can be there once you're operating on a standardizing protocol. Okay, so that was a comment around VPPs. Okay, that's a fair statement.
I mean, the one thing to note with that, the smart metering, I mean, we have a smart metering system for the last 12 years or so. While there is communication path to each customer as a result of that, that communication path is incredibly low bandwidth. It's sending very basic signals and the control system type, and it's also very slow. So you might send a signal and it's minutes later. So in terms of dispatching resources, not the greatest way of doing it.
Okay, we're going to go analog and not digital. We actually have a live human with a question.
How about that? What I want to say is that the future that you guys are thinking about is being a little further out and the technology's not there. I'm part of a pilot project run by an Emera company in Nova Scotia where on my phone, I can connect with my Tesla Powerwall battery. And as it turns out, Emera and Nova Scotia Power do as well. And every now and then I can see that they're testing and they're looking at that battery to see how fast it's responding. And that's exactly what they're learning right now, is the value of the ancillary services to figure out what kind of value there is in all of that. And there's 100 of them spread out all over Nova Scotia, 400 kilometers spaced apart, all run by a Siemens cloud system. Now, Siemens told me 2 years ago that that was the cutting edge and the bleeding edge of trying to control that many devices, just 100 as individual signals and communication. But nevertheless, they are learning and it's not that far away.
Great statement. So Green Mountain Power in Vermont, because they buy power on the New England ISO, right? As a company, they're almost like a co-op, they had a voluntary program for power walls for their consumers, right? For their ratepayers to put in power walls that would then reduce the peak and reduce the purchase from the high side of the grid. So it's almost like they're all little communities say, hey, let's lower our costs together. And then they paid off the power walls in 18 months. So I see the value in that in some of the larger grids. But I mean, for Sacha, it's almost like, let's shut down the power plant, let's buy power from Jamaica, and then let's all work together to lower the cost of the power from Jamaica, right? It's a little complicated in the Caribbean. All right, any questions here you guys want to tackle? Because we got about 5 minutes left.
mean, that fault ride-through one is kind of interesting, but I think it's generally, I'm not sure what the question is, but, fault ride-through, particularly on a small island, is really important. But those inverter settings are largely understood. The settings that you get for a Powerwall or solar inverter in a continental situation have a very different ride-through requirements, but on an island grid where you get sways in frequency and voltage, you got to be able to adjust those. I mean,
Yeah, I wish we had a graphic because I saw one from Unicos, who was actually purchased by Agreco. It's a battery company. Basically, when you have power, it comes out, up and down within a certain threshold, right? When it comes out of a battery, it's like a straight line. It's just super clean. And so ancillary services are provided, I don't want to say for free, Sasha, but they come standard with a diesel genset, right? That's what the diesel is doing with inertia and frequency and all that. A battery is doing that despite not being a generator, so there's got to be some kind of market incentive to then pay it back. I hope that answers that question.
Yeah, I think just on the tariff examples for that, exactly, ancillary service where you're trying to smooth that power quality or frequencies, it becomes apparent that you get some capacity payment, some value for that asset. And hopefully put it in rate base, because it is a quality of the grid that you're really enhancing for all consumers. So that tariff structure has to be a standard monthly, yearly, kind of capacity structure. And you can have some variability maybe in its performance, but fundamentally you have to make a return on the investment, and it's going to be purely asset based.
All right, let's have predictions, and then let's get to lunch early. I'm going to yield some time. So, predictions. I'm starting with Minister Shavat. By 2030, how many batteries are in Belize? Utility scale batteries.
I think we're going to be at the 40, but in addition to that, we're hoping to add 160 megawatts of
160 megawatts?
Yes, within the next year, absolutely.
So you're helping that 20 gigawatt number out.
Absolutely.
Wow. All right. Ali, predictions for the Caribbean in terms of battery storage by the end of the decade?
I think we will exceed the gigawatt for sure.
Yeah.
Because there are initiatives right now at 400 megawatt hours in one island. So I think we'll probably reach gigawatts. I'm not sure if we will exceed the 10 gigawatt hours, but yeah, I think we'll be in that.
Angela, is there going to be a market for commercial behind the meter storage by 2030?
I believe there will be. I hesitate putting a number on it, but I do think that we are heading in that direction in terms of the cost curve coming down. But the one thing, just to throw a spanner in the works that we haven't addressed, which we won't have time to, is just the supply chain as well for these batteries. In terms of lithium, it's an overall global issue, which we would be, it's a macro point, so we will be affected by it.
Yeah, no, it's a big issue. But I don't think that becomes an issue to like 2050, if I'm not mistaken. They're looking at different minerals now.
But
and the reason why we're getting cheap right now,
Right.
and Ali educated me here, is all these battery manufacturers just stood up over the last couple of years, but then EV, like electric vehicle demand went down.
Yes.
So now they have all this excess capacity.
Yes.
So they got to push batteries out the door. Yeah, these standard batteries. I know, we're coming. All right, predictions? 2030,
well, like I
and
said,
Cayman, how many batteries we
more
got
than
out there?
30% renewable energy, you need storage. I know we're looking to get to 100%, but let's say by 2030 we're going to hit 60% because we're going to double our target. So well over 100 megawatts.
Well over 100 megawatts. Wow. It's a lot of containers to put somewhere. Might need to stack them too high. Brian, how are we going to get there?
I guess I get to add it all. 160, 400, 120. Perfect.
113.
That's it.
Yeah. Add it up.
700.
All right. We're yielding back 3 minutes and 57 seconds. So you guys get on the elevators. Thank you.
So thank you very much for a fantastic panel, giving us lots to think about and for finishing early. So back here for 3:15, please. There is lunch now on the 19th floor, and the awards for CARICOM Women in Sustainable Energy will also be announced. So please make sure you stay around for that.
which seeks to profile and celebrate women who demonstrate dedication, innovation, creativity, and commitment in sustainable energy developments across the Caribbean region. Categories of the award includes business, entrepreneurship and finance, social impact, community and advocacy, policy and regulations, utilities and industries, youth leadership. Presenting nominees for CARICOM Women in Sustainable Energy 2023 Awards. Angela Rainford, CEO and founder of Solico Energy in Jamaica. Amrita Raghubar Singh, Vice Head of Electrical Engineering Department at Anton de Com Universiteit in Suriname. Dr. Indra Harak Singh, Lecturer at the University of West Indies, St. Augustine in Trinidad and Tobago. Rachel Sadasi, Marketer and Business Consultant at the Light Up Belize Project in Belize. Anuradha Lachman, Policy and Management Specialist at the Energy Authority of Suriname. Carol Balkaran, Deputy Executive Director at the Regulated Industries Commission in Trinidad and Tobago. Dr. Ruth Patak Singh, Associate Vice President of Sustainable Energy at the University of Technology in Jamaica. Gail Ennis, Electrical Maintenance Engineer at Barbados Light and Power Company Limited. Jamalia Wiley, Project Manager of Williams Solar, Founder and Principal Consultant of Omni Sustainable Management in Barbados. Purdy Govea, Project Manager of Caribbean Utilities Company in Cayman Islands. Marissa Allen, Energy Officer at the Ministry of Communications, Works, Labor and Energy in Montserrat. Honorable Karen James, Minister of the Ministry of Climate Resilience, the Environment and Renewable Energy in Grenada. Congratulations to all nominees.
Well, welcome back, everyone, for the final session of the conference. We're going to be focusing on the future of large renewables in the Caribbean this afternoon. And our first presentation will be led by Christina Caro, Director of K&M Advisors. She's going to talk about offshore wind and geothermal, looking at the numbers, project viability and bankability.
So good afternoon, everybody, and thanks for staying until today, Friday afternoon. What I've been tasked with is setting the stage for the two conversations that will come after me. So I'll give you some numbers from some studies that we've been doing with the IDB and then other studies that have been done in the region about offshore wind and geothermal. I work at K&M Advisors. We're a consulting firm, and we've been supporting IDB, utilities, regulators in the region with renewable energy projects. Do I have that? Right. So for the last 2 days, we've been discussing a lot solar and onshore wind. Of course, these are the solutions that islands are mostly using to meet local demand. And I think there's been a lot of studies, a lot of conversation around that. And so the afternoon today, what we've been tasked with, or all the conversations are going to be around geothermal and offshore wind and why these two technologies. These are the ones that have been less installed in the region, but could still have enormous potential for a lot of the countries. So geothermal for Eastern Caribbean is of great potential for these countries, and then offshore wind, has a magnitude that's above anything else that can be seen. It has been less studied, and it's part of what is starting to be studied in the region. So we're going to start talking about geothermal. Most of the numbers and data here come from a publication that we've been working on with the IDB on these 5 jurisdictions. It's going to be published next week. but a lot of the numbers of that publication are in here. The first thing we wanted to note is how for these 5 jurisdictions that we have studied, geothermal is of great potential with regards to their installed capacity, right? So as you can see, we have potential geothermal against peak demand for each of these countries. This is potential of studies that have gone into some level of detail. So actual potential from surveys could be a lot larger than this, but this is what we've been working with geothermics, what has like some probability of being there. So for example, Nevis has potential of 60 to 140 megawatts of geothermal with a peak demand in Nevis Plus and Kits combined of 30 megawatts. So what that means is if you're able to install this capacity in these islands can completely change their electricity matrix, becoming actually energy exporters, right? Because you can use that excess capacity to export the energy in the form of green hydrogen or other options. We also know that Nevis and Dominica are already way underway with their projects for local electricity supply. So in Dominica, there's a 10 megawatt project being developed for local electricity supply. And in Nevis, they're also looking at 30 to 50 megawatts. The numbers that I'm gonna present are not those numbers. Those are project numbers that are not disclosed. We did the study thinking more about the future and how this could look like at a larger scale. So what are the numbers for geothermal? When I was tasked with this, the first thing I did was a lot of data gathering, and I started looking at CapEx per megawatt and how do you estimate LCOEs with that. And it's complicated, but it's also very, very variable. So in the end, we stuck with this graphic. It's from an IRENA report that you all know. And I think what I found really interesting is, costs on average are around $4 million per megawatt installed. But can you see the range? It goes from 2 to 9. So there's projects being installed, and this is from a database, from 2 to 9. So benchmarks for this region, I don't think that's a good way to go. You could be anywhere in there. What's really, really interesting is to think about actual projects in the region. So with the help of geothermics, we developed these estimated costs for capacity in this study. We took 10, 20, 30, and 50 megawatt projects and developed a specific CapEx cost from 4 to like 6.5 dollars per installed kilowatt. What that results is in Dominica and Nevis, where the excess capacity is greater, and you could install projects of around 90 megawatts in each island to supply or to export electricity. You have LCOEs of 72 to 87 dollars per kilowatt hour. This is firm capacity. In other jurisdictions in Lucia and Grenada, where excess capacity is not so large and you could install a smaller plants, this goes up to 110 to 140 dollars per megawatt hour. So these are sort of what the costs that we're seeing. We know that some of the projects that are actually being studied have levelized costs that are a little above what we're showing here for Dominica and Nevis, but this is because they're smaller projects. It's the first one, and it's still very good compared to like their alternatives. So after that, what can you do with that excess electricity, right? It's one of the big questions that we've been answered. In this study, we looked at 3 options. We looked at subsea cables, we looked at battery storage, and we looked at green hydrogen for export, right? So this is the example of what a Nevis project would look like with the excess geothermal. You would have the geothermal plant, 90 megawatts with an LCOE of 70 to 87 dollars per kilowatt hour. Then you would have your desalination plant and your electrolyzer to produce green hydrogen. You could produce green hydrogen at an LCOH of around 3.9 to $5.3 per kilogram, and you could then, with a Haber-Bosch project process, produce green ammonia at around 820 to 994 dollars per ton. And the question really in the study is, are there people willing to buy green hydrogen at these prices? There's a lot of studies that, say in 2030, in 2050, this will cost $1.5 per kilogram. So it's a really hard question to ask, but of all the projects we've seen right now, there's no projects actually producing green hydrogen at this cost. And it has a big advantage because a lot of the studies that we've seen make a lot of assumptions around the efficiency of electrolyzers. But once you get down to the hourly generation of a solar panel and how that is converted into green hydrogen, it turns out that, for example, with only solar panels, that efficiency is a lot lower. Geothermal has the advantage that it's firm power, right? So you can produce green hydrogen and utilize the electrolyzer a lot more. So it's actually a pretty good option. It's not going to be your cheapest green hydrogen, and a lot of the next steps towards becoming this a reality is really finding off-takers that are now willing to purchase this green hydrogen at these prices. In terms of offshore wind, there's a lot less studies than there is for geothermal. We found this study from the World Bank that shows a tremendous potential for offshore wind. 751 gigawatts of installed capacity in all the Caribbean, with great potential, for example, in the south around Aruba, Curacao, in the south of the Dominican Republic. You could have like really high wind speeds and great potential for geothermal. There's some countries that have started looking at it. Trinidad and Tobago is doing a lot of studies. There's a report published that estimates a potential of about 31 gigawatts, and with them wanting to install 2 by 2035. That's a lot of power. In terms of cost, it's a little bit of the same story. Prices have been dropping from around $6 to around $3.5 per kilowatt on average, but there's still a very wide range, right? So you can see them going from 2 to 7 of actual installed projects. So again, you have to pay a lot of attention to what's the actual cost of this in a Caribbean island. The Trinidad and Tobago study says that the LCOE for offshore wind in Trinidad would be of around $120 to $175 per megawatt hour, and that they could produce green hydrogen at about $2.7 to $5.8 per kilogram. So roughly in the same range as we were looking at in geothermal, but of course the potential for this is huge, right? So what's the future and the bankability of these projects? I mean, for us, and that we've been working in these projects, and I think the session that we had before on project bankability, it really goes down to setting up a project that has everything that it needs. So you need your regulation, you need your off-taker. So with green hydrogen, I don't know how much you know about green hydrogen, but off-takers are the biggest and the hardest part to find. So you need this off-taker. But if you find it, geothermal could be like a total game changer for these countries. Like they actually change from today, they have to import diesel at variable prices to generate electricity. They could now become exporters of energy, actually not only using their internal consumption with renewables, but also being able to export energy. So it's great to know that projects are advancing, that there's some that are very close to starting construction. And with offshore wind, there's studies, we're starting to talk about it. We'll see where that goes. So I guess just before the other panelists start, there's a lot of commitment to these larger scale projects. They're harder, of course, to implement, but there's a lot of commitment from development banks to get them there. And we're ready, we're here to help. We like this a lot, and we hope to see the next CREF, the first project starting installation in geothermal. So I'll leave it to the next panel to continue the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina, for setting the scene so beautifully. So I would like to invite to the stage, please, our next panelists, who will be led by Joseph Williams from the Caribbean Development Bank, to talk about interconnection, the missing link to scale. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here to share in this very important conversation. And I think we're just continuing from the stage that has been set by the earlier presenter. This is a very, very important discussion, we think, because it's really the beginning of articulation of an important vision for the region, building on the possibilities around scaling up of renewable energy in the region. And we have today, in terms of institution represented, well, I'm from Caribbean Development Bank, and we have a representative also on the team. And then Caribbean Center for Renewable Energy and CCSA, Caribbean Climate Smart Accelerator. And in the interest of time, I think please take a look at the bios of these people, very, very eminently qualified for this conversation and to help us to understand possibilities here. But certainly from an institutional standpoint, all important institution in connecting the dots around the possibilities here. So we're happy to have this conversation. So we're going to begin, and I'll just jump right in there. We're going to begin with a brief presentation, first by CREF, and then we have CDB, and then we'll have CCSA, and then we'll have a conversation. So we have Sharon Farquharson from CREF, Dr. Shireen Ibrahim, new member of the team at CDB, welcome, and Cheryl here from CCSA. All right, thanks. Go right ahead.
All right, good afternoon, everyone, and thanks, Joseph. So I want to begin by sharing that shared energy security is a priority for the region. I'm not sure if you have the slides, if you could. All right, so if you could go to the next slide, thank you. All right, so setting the foundation from the CARICOM Secretariat. The CARICOM energy policy would have been adopted in 2013, and regional energy security is one of the pillars of that CARICOM energy policy, and then the subsequent Caribbean Sustainable Energy Roadmap and Strategy, which would have been accepted in 2015. And we would have heard of the targets that would have been set out as a part of that, and that we are much further behind than we should have been. As Dr. Fletcher said yesterday, the math isn't quite mathing, given that we're only at 12% when we're hoping to be at 47% by 2027. By the time we got to 2018, the Council of Trade and Economic Development, they had set a framework for a functional regional energy security mechanism for electricity and fuels. So previously, energy security was considered a national issue, a national challenge, and looking for national solutions. And so we recognize that if we are actually to become energy secure as a region, then we need to look at it together. And energy security is not just about energy. We recognize that energy underpins all of our economies and the growth that we're all seeking to attain. And so that would have been the impetus for us to start framing it, looking at energy security, and then using our integrated resource and resilience plans as one of the inputs into ensuring that we can understand the resources that we have available and how we're going to leverage those resources. Now, the previous presenter, she would have shared some of the potentials, but what I want to underscore as well is that beyond the potentials, that there's work that is actually happening now within this space, in terms of geothermal, with the islands who are actively exploring. And by 2025, we expect to have that deployment in Dominica, but also the other islands are in the queue and are making this happen. So having this resource available is not just theoretical, it is something that is real, that will be able to be a part of the game changer for the region, as well as on offshore wind. The studies that were done by the World Bank, that's one phase of what has happened. We are currently in the final stages at this CREF with the support of the UK FCDO, the IDB, and our partners with CDB. We're developing a regional offshore wind roadmap and strategy because we've recognized that there is significant potential, as she said, hundreds of gigawatts that are available across the region. And so the next phase, we're actually identifying those areas where we can say have a pilot project deployed by 2030. We expect to have offshore wind within the region. And so we are looking at deploying the LiDARs next so that we're moving away from just what is possible to actually making it happen. We know the demand centers are there based on the demand in the region in terms of the industrial activity that takes place in Trinidad and some of the other islands. We recognize that the resources are there, so the opportunity is there for us to become energy secure based on what we currently have available.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for attending this presentation with us. I may talk now on behalf of CDB regarding the new proposed project, which we call CREF, and the Caribbean Regional Electrical Grid Integration into the Caribbean region and the Renewable Energy Scaling Project. So a lot of barriers and challenges available. I mean, everyone is talking the last couple of days in this event, in the CREF event, about the abundance or the availability of the renewable energy. I would like to, I agree about that, but personally, I would like to share that this is not an easy task. You cannot just make a construction or make a project with renewable energies, whether solar or wind farms or geothermal, and just plug it into the system. There are many challenges. One of them, I think it was mentioned by CDB president yesterday, that the aging infrastructure, whether aging generation infrastructure or T&D. So you need to upgrade this, we need to upgrade the existing assets or the existing infrastructure, and in order to be able to absorb or integrate more renewable energy, whether solar or wind or others. Other thing which could be considered as a barrier or a challenge is the lack of the regulatory framework. So we are talking about small SIDs in the East Caribbean especially, and this needs to be more aggregated effort, like a harmonized policy and then regulatory framework which has incentives in order to add more renewable energy to the existing systems. Also the slow progress. I mean, the current installed RE capacity is 12% against 32% by the end of 2021. So we already are lacking behind into the implementation of this renewable energy integration against what's supposed to be in 2030, which is 55%. So the numbers, the statistics are good, but the implementation is stopped or lacking the real momentum in order to advance. Other words, which is the fiscal government, the weak government fiscal conditions, weak investment, the lack of funding, how to modify. Yes, we need to make more integration of RE projects in the Caribbean region, but from where and how we are going to mobilize or engage the global investment from MDBs, from the bilateral organizations, the aid organizations on the global sense, and how to get more finance mechanism in order to support this kind of ambitious RE integration projects in the Caribbean. I could just add more about, I'm sorry, because I have to rely on my cell phone because I cannot so much read the small prints here, but the policies, I said the policy and the limited financing, and then the infrastructure, aging infrastructure, which also leads to a lot of instability and reliability issues. Next. This one? Okay. CDB has got an initiative which called ASSERT 2030, which is the Accelerated Sustainable Energy and Resilience Transition. So the ASSERT initiative is mainly encouraging an increased scale and pace. So we're talking about how much big and how much time we need faster to move on forward. This is through three major pillars or three major ways. So first is the dialogue with the key stakeholders, mainly the governments of the SIDS in the Caribbean region. Second is the transformative nature of this initiative, so that we are talking about integration of renewable energy into updated generation and transmission and distribution infrastructure in order to enhance the overall economy. There will be an economic growth for the Caribbean states. We are talking about using this extra or abundance of renewable energy into the production of H2, the hydrogen. Before yesterday, there was a session or a big workshop about the hydrogen production, and there was the European Union talking about the CBAM or CBAM initiative or system, which is dealing with the tax, the carbon tax or the decarbonization tax. So yes, you can produce hydrogen, but it's not going to be green. So the extra or over, how I can say, capacity of renewable energy, which is expected in the future, this could be definitely used for the hydrogen production, for import, for local use. Like, for example, in Trinidad and Tobago, there are huge demand for the green hydrogen because the methanol production and other oil and gas needs. So this is very important. So yes, there is, as my colleague, she mentioned that there is, and others as well, there is too much of renewable energy, especially the geothermal and the offshore wind. But how to engage or deploy these projects, how to make them into a centralized or more regional format, not into a bilateral form. These bilateral types of projects could be considered as a pilot, which we can say or see after the execution or implementation, what worked, what didn't, and why. So to evaluate and have lessons learned and start to implement on a larger scale in order to interconnect the whole region of the Caribbean. Okay, and the third pillar of the ASSERT 2030 is the strategic partnership. Strategic partnership means that CDB is looking for how to pool the investment funds or the funding necessary for the renewable energy scaling up and deployment in the region through strategic partnerships with the key stakeholders, mainly governments, with other aid organizations, development bank, everyone. So this is not one-man show. This is a complete pooling of efforts and funding between all stakeholders. Now, the CREF project, so this is part of the assertive, it's part of the initiative of Assert 2030, and it's mainly a transforming or a transformative type of project. We are not talking only about the energy integration between the Caribbean states. This is the entrance for regional cooperation. The main theme is regional cooperation. So I personally speak as, in my personal vision, presenting CDB that there must be a regional authority representing all the states. The political momentum or commitment here is high already, is initially there. Everybody wants to collaborate and cooperate in such thing. And to have this as an entrance from the energy side into a full economy to be integrated in the region. So the rationale for this project, as you can see the small part of the map, we are talking about a more resilient and sustainable energy infrastructure in the region, accelerate the scaling up of renewable energy integration, improve the energy security, because mainly the use of all the small SIDs, they are really not so big. But when you share the resources, you have more energy security against the shutdowns, against the climate change, against the extreme weather conditions. Although I'm not so very fan about the, let's say, the solar, because solar, you need a large footprint of land. And even though with the extreme weather condition you might have, I could have maybe shared with you a photo of a few years back, there was a typhoon or a hurricane which destroyed the whole plant. But this is not the same case with the geothermal and the offshore wind. For the reducing of the region carbon footprint, this is we also talked about, and fostering the economic development between the whole Caribbean region. Timing. So why we are talking, why CDB is talking about this kind of project right now, the CREF and the regional cooperation. So obviously there was the cost reduction. So the renewable energy right now is, the cost is highly reduced, especially for the solar, for example. The wind as well is not so much, but the geothermal, because of the exploration efforts and special conditions to be arranged with, so it's still maybe on the higher level, but still, by time and by more development and innovative technologies, the cost will definitely continue to go down. The energy security concerns, we talked about the interconnection. This will make sure that all of these SIDS networks would be more in a better relief status of having demand fulfilled and supplied, providing that, as I said in the earlier beginning, that the existing T&D infrastructure to be updated and upgraded. The climate change requirements, so again, this is one of the things which necessitates such kind of projects. Regional cooperation, which is the main theme, as I said, and integration between all of the feasible to connect SIDS into the East Caribbean. The political commitment, also, I believe that there is an initial very strong acceptance of the idea itself and of the concept. The international support, there is international support and funding available, especially from the climate context, in order to support such kind of project.
Shireen, I'm going to ask you just to jump forward a little bit because we are a little bit pressed in terms of the key points. Yes.
And in the same slide, I showed some global trends made already by European Union, African Development, and IDB. So this could be, blocked. So the stages of the project. So we talked about the different stages here. A comprehensive roadmap for the project. So the assessment of the current condition and existing infrastructure, the demand, the energy demand between the SIDS or the Caribbean states, plus the engagement of the key stakeholders. So I could clearly declare that we already, as CDB, we started this process by procuring consultants, international consultants, in order to start putting on a roadmap as a vision, what to do through this project of regional integration from the energy side, how to put it on, how to start to phase it out, how to scope, and the stages and the phases which are needed to implement this kind of project into a specific timeline, which has to comply with the global, how I can say, commitment from, especially from the climate perspective. So a resource, I mean, the roadmap should be as we put in from the context of regional cooperation. So we have the stakeholders' priority. The roadmap should define the stakeholders' priority. We should start a dialogue with all the Caribbean states, understanding there is no one size fits all in this business. This is a tailor-made. So we need to speak. I mean, when we say we, I'm talking about CDB, I'm talking about similar MDBs leading by World Bank and others, so that IDB and others, so that to understand what are the needs of each state according to its demand and its conditions, what is available and how we can mobilize and how we can fit into this in a way to fulfill most, because we have to be realistic, most of the requirements which is in our hands here. The policy analysis, institutional reforms which are needed, financing and investment framework. I will leave this part for my colleague Cheryl. She will talk about it. Capacity building is very important to push for the capacity building and the skills development of the people in the region into the renewable energy and to the financial side, into the policy making, many things. So the environmental and social impact analysis is part of the job as well. Risk assessment from the technical side, from the environmental side, from the economical side, social, everything has to be included into this project and into the roadmap in order to consider, in order to make a proper scoping of such kind of project, because this will be staged and it will take a long time to implement.
I'm going to propose this stop
Yeah,
there on that one. Okay, thanks for that, Sherin. So, Cheryl, without further ado, you want to just come in terms of the economic investment, probably a little bit about some of those benefits.
Yeah, I'm happy to cover that aspect of the discussion. I think it's easier at the end of 3 days of discussion about renewable energy implementation and how we move forward as a Caribbean region. I think our opening discussions on project preparation have been instructive, as well as the discussions, very intensive discussions that we would have had through the H2 summit on Wednesday as well. I'm just going to delve back to the roadmap to just highlight the importance of that in moving us forward. I think the question we need to answer now is, how do we weave together all of the themes and all of the actions that we would have discussed over the 3 days and that we discuss in our everyday work as professionals to pull together an action plan that can be implemented for the region. We have the opportunity because we've identified that we have the resources available to us, but we need to turn that opportunity now into a reality. So I think the framework really, the roadmap is going to set the framework and the foundation for the business case for interconnection. The first presenter ran through some very robust numbers to demonstrate economic viability. But as Shirin said as well, there's a bilateral approach, but we're now looking at the regional approach. And what is it that we need to do to make it economically viable across the region? That's what we need to consider. Now, there are a number of lessons that we have learned from our work so far in decarbonizing energy. There's the lesson of proactive regulatory development that CDB obviously is working on through their CERT framework, But I think that lesson, we really need to go into the next phase of our development with that lesson top of mind, ensuring that regulation keeps pace or stays ahead of what is it that we need to do. And that's going to be important for the economics and for the financing because of the certainty that it provides both for production, pricing, and offtake, which we know without those, we don't have bankable or investable projects. So we need that framework upfront to be able to move us to the next stage. We also understand the importance of scale in making the economics work as well. I think Philip, Julian in H2 Summit made a comment about scale being important for geothermal. And that's not unique to geothermal. There's a trade-off between transaction costs and the size and the level of effort that you put in for a small deal versus a big deal. The bankers tell you this all the time, and the investors, it's almost the same level of effort. So we know that scale is going to be important, and once again, moving from bilateral to regional, aggregating our demand and fixing and addressing the imbalance between supply and demand will help us move forward. And there needs to be a lead for looking at that. So who is a net supplier versus who's a net consumer of energy, and aligning the interests of those persons to ensure that we pull together a project that is economically viable. And then there's the issue of managing risk, and as we've mentioned, having the right stakeholders at the table. So the economic and social benefits, I think, are well articulated. We have them listed, but what I'd want to hone into as well is our inability or our need to keep the social and economic tied together. So we know that deriving the economic benefits does not necessarily mean that we will derive the social benefits. And one of the key things that we want to do for the region in terms of energy security is ensure that we secure the livelihoods of our own people and that we secure our own economies. So we want to ensure that even in the road mapping, that we have those concerns upfront and top of mind. So for instance, when we look at, yes, we can get energy savings, yes, we can improve access, but when we develop the investment opportunity for, top of mind would be maritime transport and tourism. When we develop perhaps a clean energy hub that allows ships to come into the region and access green energy to move to their next transshipment point. How do the benefits of doing that trickle down into our economies? When persons come into the region from outside and are able to save on energy costs, how does that impact the ordinary man? Do you see it through our economies on a day-to-day basis? When we look at the roadmaps, we need to ensure that that thinking and those objectives are integrated into the roadmaps that we develop. When we think about job creation, does job creation automatically equal jobs for locals? Are we prepared? Is our workforce prepared to be able to support this transition that we're talking about? What does the timeline look like? When does it start? Who do we train and when? What type of runway do we have to ensure that when we move to this stage, our local workforce is able to participate in the development of this industry? I think those issues are critical for financing. Now, we know that there, and we've said it throughout the conference, there are large pools of financing that are available, but there are conditions and there are certain criteria that they're looking for. We have the opportunity to utilize innovative financial instruments, but we understand that there are criteria and taxonomies tied to those instruments that require that you deliver environmental and social impacts in the use of those funds. So we need to upfront be thinking about that, not just in terms of delivering the impacts for people, but being able to meet the criteria for utilization of that funding. We also have the opportunity, if we think about it on a deeper level, to look at how we utilize these savings from moving in these directions. So you will see, for instance, the way blue and green bonds and debt swaps are structured. You have the opportunity to create funds that you use then to further channel development. So do we have the opportunity coming out of funding an opportunity like moving to clean energy from hydrogen to further develop financial instruments that can support the development of our societies? You see wealth funds, sustainability funds, the need to segregate savings from investments to further develop our societies. And we have the opportunity within the region to further capitalize on financial innovation if we go into it with the right objectives to almost get a double whammy from moving in that direction. So I think when we look at the economic and social benefits, we cannot necessarily separate it from the funding. It doesn't stand alone. And we need to upfront, as we've said many times throughout this conference, look at the funding, how we're going to fund this first, so that we develop the right framework to be able to access it at the end.
Thanks, Cheryl, for that perspective. We're out of time, and it's really the beginning of a conversation in terms of this thrust around interconnection, integrating systems, leveraging scaled-up renewable energy. And I can assure you that going forward, this is going to be a big thematic, certainly in the context of the assertive framework that we're pushing. Obviously, we're not suggesting that CDB is going to do all of this. It's a question about how we organize, coordinate, lead, and ensure that things happen in a timely way. We're going to wrap up, but just one word, Sherry, and I want to bring you back in on just a quick response to a question around, is this all big, far-fetched, esoteric, not so grounded approach? Does it make sense? Sherry, I want you to come in on just a quick question, quick point, just 30 seconds on the question of the bilateral versus a bigger framework. I mean, is it practical for us to be talking about this big interconnection of systems versus whether or not countries could see? No, there just need to be one word on that question. So Sherian, is this all esoteric, big, far-fetched, not grounded conversation, or is it realistic and near-term? How do you see that? That's a quick word.
Yeah, it is definitely realistic, and it will take time. And I think we are building a solid foundation to ensure that we're able to do it well, to get it right. It has taken us some time to get here. As I said, the CARICOM policy that first mentioned regional energy security was from 2013. And now we're at the point where we are deploying the technologies that will allow us to be able to actually realize whether it is transmission of electrons or transmission of molecules. So it is not something that is just a pie in the sky. It is realistic. We recognize that the financing and everything else needs to come together, but from a technical perspective, it is realistic. And as a region, we can figure out everything else, and we are figuring out the regulatory framework that will be required to make it happen, the financing that will be required to make it happen, building the workforce to make sure that this is a reality, because it is transformative for the region.
Sure. Shireen, why not just do a couple bilateral transaction where it makes sense rather than a regional picture? In a quick sentence, tell me why not.
Well, it's very brief. I'm personally speaking, I'm not worried about the technicalities. The technicalities, the technology is there. The point is that you have a bilateral project. This is a pilot to show you, and then later on, after implementation, you will know whether what worked, what didn't, and why, and you can evaluate and take it to the next step for a larger scale projects. So in my opinion, the difficulty is not how to implement it like submarine cables or construction of a renewable energy plant like geothermal or offshore wind. The problem is that how you integrate systems, how you communicate the bilateral policies and have a regulation and have a market and have a connection agreement. These kind of practices, it's good to have it now. It's a very good rehearsal, and it should lead the way for a large scale integration on the regional scale.
So we need to have a bigger vision and framework, and
Yes.
we build it up based on what
Absolutely.
makes sense in the
Absolutely.
bigger picture. Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to thank you. Let me say, listen, the landscape has significantly changed, and a lot of people don't recognize that. There's a global decarbonization that's happening, and it's not going back. We have a lot of resources. We have demand in the region, and it's an opportunity to really transform the region. Somebody has to believe that. Somebody has to create that picture, and that is what the multilaterals are here to do, to help the country to work on that bigger vision. It's a new day, and if we don't see it, the opportunity is going to be missed. This is no longer a theoretical, nice-to-do thing. I can tell you, CDB has taken this thing very seriously. We understand that we have to do the analysis to understand what makes sense, and that is why we have already gotten into the market to find expertise to help us to move. This is not something we're thinking about, that we have started. The role of CCSA in helping to connect the dots around where the potential partners are and how we can build this out and make the partnership, that is real. CCSA is on the ground doing that work. In terms of connecting the dot at the political level and ensuring that we have our decision makers line up and the engagements that need to happen, CREF and CARICOM Secretariat are on board and are moving. We're inviting our partners globally, internationally, to join with us. Over the next months coming, we're going to hear a lot more about integration, what that means, how that can be rolled out in the context of geothermal, which is happening, and we are hoping that within the next 2 years we will see a plan, and offshore wind. So I just want to thank you very much for your patience at this late hour and for sharing with us. Thanks.
So thank you very much to all the panelists, and we are moving into our final session of the day and the final session of the conference, continuing the theme on the future of large renewables in the Caribbean and discussion around offshore wind and geothermal. We've got a large panel to wrap up, large and distinguished panel to wrap up this evening, led by Niels Janssen, the Managing Director for Policy and Regulation at K&M Advisors. So welcome, everyone. And I've been asked to mention there's been a black iPad that's been lost. So if everyone can look around, if you happen to see one that doesn't belong to you or have an apparent owner, if you can hand it in to Kerry, please.
You guys want to come up?
All right, good afternoon, everybody. I'm Niels Janssen from K&M. I'm frankly pretty pleased and surprised to see so many people here at 4:12 on Friday afternoon. That certainly poses an important challenge for us. To make it worthwhile, I think we can with the very knowledgeable and experienced panel of members that we have here. We have policymakers, we have regulators, we have technology experts that will, I think, be able to cover very well the topic of the future of large renewables in the Caribbean. And frankly, I'd like to propose that next year we start CREF with the same panel on Wednesday morning on the present of large renewables in the Caribbean, based on what they will have achieved. So again, thank you very much for making the time to stay here on a Friday afternoon. I'll introduce the speakers briefly, and then we do have a large panel. It's an excellent panel. So we'll give each one of them about 5 or 6 minutes to speak. I'll have a question or two for each one of them. If we do the math right, that'll get us to about 40 minutes, and then we'll open up the floor for some questions. So let me introduce everybody here. Let's start with Nigel Burgess. He's the head of Regulatory Authority of Bermuda. You'll be able to see everybody's bio online. Seated next to him is P.S. Wakely Daniels, and he is the permanent secretary in the Premier's Ministry in the Nevis Island Administration. Next to him, we have Judith Ephraim, and she's a program coordinator for the Sustainable Energy Unit in the OECS. Next to her, we've got Martin Georgiev, and he is a senior consultant and team leader at Ricardo PLC. We then have Dr. Vince Henderson. He is a Minister of Foreign Affairs, and he's had extensive experience in the energy sector in Dominica. So he'll be able to bring us lots of information about the geothermal there in Dominica. And then we've got Elena Okiai, and she's the U.S. Deputy Country Manager for OWC. So welcome, everybody. Let's just go in the order that we're here. So Nigel, please, if you could start us off.
Thank you, and thank you to all for extending your usual CREF stay. So a bit of an overview of Bermuda, and that will provide a bit of context for what I have to say farther along. Bermuda, we're an isolated island, quite small, 21 square miles. Our peak load is roughly 100 megawatts. In 2019, the Regulatory Authority of Bermuda, the RA, developed our first integrated resource plan, and this provides a roadmap for all bulk generation developments in Bermuda. This is, again, is a roadmap, and it's legislated that any developments must follow the technology and the timeline stated in the IRP. Our current IRP provides a target of 85% renewables by 2035, and that is partly made up of solar and wind, or offshore wind. Offshore wind is composed of 60 megawatts. Again, offshore development. We recognizing that this is a relatively small development on world stage, we have taken upon ourselves to do several de-risking activities to make the development show a bit more interest from developers. We have taken on and completed the site screening and site selection. We have done a technical review, looking at available technologies, and completed a concept design. We've also done an economic and yield assessment. And what's next? We are currently reevaluating the IRP. The IRP is a living document, and every 5 years is updated. So we are in that process now. As part of the process to update the IRP, we provide
a guidance to the utility of technologies to consider. In that guidance, we proposed wind, offshore wind, wave energy, LPG, LNG, offshore and onshore solar PV. And the utility provides a proposal to us, which we then go through an iterative process of deciding on a final version. So up next, during the current process of the RFP, is we intend to launch an offshore wind expression of interest. So later this summer, we will be launching, that's the region's first offshore wind solicitation. And thank you. And as part of this, we also intend to do a seabed assessment, so a geophysical study of the proposed location of the cable routes, and a MET study as well to support the development. Again, this is all de-risking activities to bring interest to the development. We are also considering oversize in development. Again, we have the capacity to double the size that is currently proposed. Again, this will be evaluated in the IRP and would also be an option for potential developers during the expression of interest. Thank you.
Excellent. So the first one out of the gate, we look forward to you being at the forefront throughout the chase. When can we expect the first turbines to be installed?
So we plan to start the expression of interest later this summer, and the initial plan for in the RFP was 2027. That will be a bit delayed. So we're looking to the latest by 2028, 2029 to have turbines in offshore and spinning.
Excellent. Looking forward to that. 2029. I've jotted it down, so we'll be here. P.S. Daniel, I'll turn it over to you.
Yes, thank you for having me here with this distinguished panel. It's indeed a pleasure being here this afternoon, albeit a Friday afternoon. St. Kitts and Nevis's geothermal sojourn began somewhere around 2004, which means that we have been at this for at least, give or take, 20 years now. In 2007, between 2007 and 2018, we would have drilled 4 testing holes to, well, give us an idea of our potential. The data from those holes indicated to us that we have, give or take, let's say around potentially about 1,000 megawatts of geothermal power available to us, which far exceeds what we can use in St. Kitts and Nevis. If those of you who are aware, we have approximately around 50,000, a population of around 50,000, both islands joined together, around 50,000 persons. So 1,000 megawatts far exceed what both of us can use. Over the years, we would have had a number of companies who would have came and they would have tried their very best to bring that resource to fruition, but they would have all failed for a number of reasons. But the primary reason, of course, being one of financing. Well, I am happy to indicate here this afternoon that in December 2022, the Caribbean Development Bank chipped in and gave us a contingency recoverable grant of $17 million, which would assist greatly in drilling. Now, overall, the first phase drilling of the wells, we are looking at around $35 to $36 million. So we are still short of $20 million. So we're asking persons out there who are willing to assist us in gaining that additional $20 million to come forward. We'll be happy to work along with you. Now, our goal, our objective is to produce in the first instance around 50 megawatts of power that will be good enough for both St. Kitts and Nevis. We intend, of course, the resource is in Nevis, and our goal is to join St. Kitts and Nevis with underwater cables. And in providing that 50 megawatts, and perhaps even a bit more, maybe 55, we can take care of the energy needs of both St. Kitts and Nevis. Now, we believe that geothermal for us, we see it as a game changer. For one thing, it will provide cheaper energy for us, cheaper electricity. One of the problems that we have been encountering with investors is that they have said from time to time that the cost of our energy is just far too high. So it has been affecting investments in both St. Kitts and Nevis. With geothermal energy providing cheaper energy, we can certainly solve that problem. But apart from that, though, we have also been experiencing water problems in St. Kitts and Nevis. I'm certainly not only St. Kitts and Nevis, but throughout the Caribbean, we have been experiencing droughts from time to time. We figure that if we get the geothermal energy, we can use the geothermal energy to have desalination plants. And we think that that in and of itself, with that cheaper energy, because we are very much aware that that desalination plants, it really takes a lot of energy and they're quite expensive. But with geothermal, cheaper energy, we can get our desalination plants and solve our water problems. So in all, we are looking forward. We are looking probably to around 2027 to have our plants going. The wells would have been dug. And of course, by 2027, we should have geothermal in St. Kitts and Nevis.
Excellent. That's excellent news. It'll certainly make a big difference to both St. Kitts and Nevis. And in addition to that 30 megawatts, there's also, as Christina mentioned earlier, lots of opportunity beyond that. Let me ask you, if there's one lesson that you've learned over that 20 years of trying to develop this large, complex renewable, what's the one lesson that you would like people to know?
Well, for one thing, you must be patient. Over 20 years, sometimes the quickest way toward objective or a goal is by being patient and going there slowly. Well, we have learned that lesson. Additionally, we have also learned that geothermal is quite expensive. I think that in harnessing the resource, it is costly, and so it is often best, as I indicated, to be patient and to try and get the financing lined up before you embark upon geothermal.
Okay, thank you very much. Judith, turn it over to you.
Good afternoon, and let me firstly thank the organizers of the CREF for a healthy set of discussions and for the invitation for the OECS Commission to share its perspectives on what it takes to deliver on large-scale renewables. For us, we've recognized that there are many options available worldwide. But what has emerged for us in the Caribbean, particularly for the Eastern Caribbean, and this is what we're discussing now, we're looking at geothermal and offshore wind. These technologies are fairly new to the region. They're slightly more complex, and it brings in the subject of what capacity resides in our countries to deal successfully with those projects. Another important point is to recognize that such large-scale projects cannot be seen as sectoral projects. So their impact on the national economies, their impact on other sectors such as tourism, on land, on water, as the PS just said, on waste, they need to be considered when we are addressing those projects to deliver them successfully. So if we start first at looking at the capacity, we recognize that we have a lot of engineers, we have a lot of technicians in some sectors such as solar, but these areas are multidisciplinary, such as geothermal. So apart from the science and the engineering, we need to ensure that we have capacity for lawyers. We need to ensure we have capacity for business persons. And we need to ensure that in developing that capacity, it is developed in a way that is futuristic, that is responding to the changing energy sector that we have at the moment. One of the initiatives that is currently being undertaken at the OECS level is the GeoBuild project. And what it is seeking to do is to build capacity across the various sectors that would impact on geothermal energy. So ensuring that we have the capacity to develop the business plans, ensuring we have the capacity to deal with the engineering, to deal with the socioeconomic, and ensuring that if we present a case to a government, for instance, we have looked at it in its entirety. So we have looked at the economic models, we have looked at the financial models, and we have come up with something that is adjusted to our national circumstances. Related to that is the whole issue of ownership. As I said, these have to be seen as national projects. And so the discussion cannot be confined to the energy sector, to the utilities. We have to be more inclusive. We need to ensure that we bring in the private sector very early. We need to ensure that we bring in other development agencies that would have some impact. So if you're looking at road construction, or you're looking at infrastructural requirements, or even financing, you need to ensure that you bring in those actors as early as possible so that they can have a stake in the project and they can contribute to this. In addition to this, it's important that we get the highest level of support for such projects. It's one thing if it's so good to have the technicians, the PSs, the ministers directly involved in energy. But we need to ensure that we bring the ministers of finance. We need to ensure that we bring the prime ministers. And we need to ensure that we have champions outside of the energy sector that can really advocate on behalf of those projects. Because essentially those projects are energy disruptors. They will create a paradigm shift, and the advocacy for such projects have to be both within the energy sector and outside of the energy sector. Thirdly, an important component linked to this is the whole issue of collaboration. And that goes across sectors, and it can be extended, as we have said earlier on in this afternoon session, in terms of regional collaboration. We recognize that even within the partner and donor space, geothermal energy is one that is kind of a little left behind. There are not many players within that field, but I think it presents a good opportunity for us to expand and to see how we can engage others who would have different skills that they can bring to the table. We should also look at opportunities for synergies when we look at direct use, looking at agro-processing, looking at heating, looking at tourism, other complementary activities that can support the energy sector, which could add value and really hence help to push it forward. And of course, the whole issue of interconnection. How can we look at export of geothermal energy? How can we look at pool procurement for, say, drilling, for maintenance? How can we share the technical resources? As limited as they are now, we have some, but how can somebody from Dominica, for instance, who may be a little more advanced in one particular area, support efforts in St. Kitts and Nevis? These are the types of new strategies that we need to employ if we want to push those large-scale technologies such as geothermal and offshore wind in our region.
Great, thank you very much. I think it's important to understand just the extent of the transformation that these projects can have at the country level and then at the regional level, and that, you know, that can make the patience worthwhile. And then also taking on what can seem like very challenging assignments on an annual basis. In terms of, are there any additional, in addition to the geothermal projects we have represented here in Nevis and in Dominica, are there any other large, any other specific large complex energy projects that you'd like to mention?
Well, if we stick to the field of geothermal, we have a few other islands that have expressed their interest. We have perhaps the smallest one, Montserrat. For them, geothermal really holds significant potential. But we have other countries such as St. Lucia who are about to engage in some phase of drilling. We have Grenada who's also considering, and of course, St. Vincent and the Grenadines have not knocked it off. And of course, if we look at how the French departments who are not independent, we know Guadeloupe already has an existing geothermal plant. They are also seeking to expand, and the French Department of Martinique has also indicated that they are interested in geothermal. So although geothermal is small in the global context, I think in the Caribbean context, although it is not yet developed as fully as it should be, there's a lot of interest and a lot of potential for us to further explore.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And turn it over to you, Martin.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much for having me today. So I suppose my role today would be to slightly zoom out and talk about the technology a little bit. And my focus today is going to be offshore wind. Now, offshore wind is a developed technology, and it has been deployed widely in Northwest Europe, for example, the UK having a very large fleet, and many other countries as well. And Southeast Asia as well also is installing significant capacity. And we saw earlier that the Caribbean also boasts significant technical potential. But the key to that technical potential is how much of it can be converted. Now, we saw figures of 200 gigawatts of fixed bottom and 500 gigawatts of floating. The question is, where is that capacity needed? How much of it can be sited? How much of it can be procured and installed and would pass through all the regulatory hurdles that are present? And then there's the question about cost, of course. If we look at US figures, we're looking at about $90 per megawatt hour of levelized cost of electricity. That goes a little bit lower in Europe, probably. But, and this is expected to fall as well. This is going to go down to about $65 in 2030 if we rely on recent reports. But our analysis in Bermuda, for example, shows that the LCOE is actually going to be much, much higher because of the small scale, because of the remoteness, because of the fact that staging, marshalling, all of these things will have to happen in remote ports. The LCOE could actually exceed $100 per megawatt hour. And it is a question of whether this is something that can compete with other technologies in the Caribbean. Now, what is an offshore wind farm? It's a fairly chunky piece of infrastructure that goes into the seabed. There's large piles that are being driven into the seabed, large turbines being mounted on top, array cables going to an offshore platform, and then an export cable going onshore. So it's a significant piece of infrastructure. And that poses challenges. Now, these challenges are technical. How is this going to be sited? How is it going to be installed? Environmental, is it actually disrupting any flora, any fauna that is present in the selected site? And socioeconomic as well. These things are huge, so they will be visible from shore. There's visual impact considerations. Local populations have to be consulted. There's the tourism sector as well, which could be impacted. And also there's competing uses of the seabed. That could be fishermen, that could be recreational areas, the like. But what can be done about it? I suppose the first step around siting would be establishing comprehensive marine spatial planning, selecting designated areas for development that take into consideration all the environmental considerations, be it coral reefs, fish populations, mammals, etc. Looking at the socioeconomic impact. Is somebody actually being displaced from that area of seabed which is proposed for development? Any fishermen that are going to have their fishing grounds sort of diminished? Any recreational activities that could suffer as a result of that? So very carefully selecting a potential site for offshore wind is very important. Then there's leasing of the seabed. The public sector should think about how to approach that leasing of certain seabed areas for development. Now, there are broadly, like if we want to keep it high level, we could say that there are two models. The UK model, where a large area of seabed is being designated for development, and then developers would actually bid for a certain chunk of it. They would do their own studies, they would do their own development, and they take on a lot of risk. which might be a risky strategy for small countries in the Caribbean. And then there's the second option, which could broadly be called the Dutch model, where the leasing entity actually, or rather the public sector more broadly, looks at a specific area, and studies are carried out for it, consultations are carried out, and only then a developer is brought in, which could de-risk the project quite a lot. Planning and other permitting, there should be a fairly seamless process for a potential developer to go through all the different permits that need to be obtained for development. And also there's stakeholder consultation, all the concerned parties have to be brought in. So there's a lot that the public sector can actually do to facilitate those projects. And that would instill quite a lot of confidence in developers. And that is probably something that needs to be thought about in advance before any sort of technology plans are made or any other more firm plans are put in place. And I will conclude with that.
All right, thank you very much. So there's definitely the potential to reach something like what's happening in Northern Europe at some point in the near future. We see in the numbers that Christina showed, potential above 500 gigawatts. That's a lot compared to the 60 megawatts here. So in 2029, if we look out 10 years, what do you think could be achieved in 10 years in offshore wind?
Well, a lot can be achieved. A lot of these small sort of 50, 100, 200 megawatt wind farms could actually be installed. Maybe 2030 is fast approaching, so that could go on the other side of 2030. But still, it really depends on the potential, the sites that are available, and also what does offshore compete against.
And so what's the most important thing that, the most important first step to getting there?
Establishing whether this is feasible, doing the preliminary studies to see whether a site is actually available, whether there's the wind potential, whether it is technically possible to install it, assessing environmental, socioeconomic challenges, and having that initial understanding whether that project has legs, and then moving on into further studying it and further de-risking it.
How long does it take to do that? Is it 6 months, 12 months, longer?
Initial studies could take about 6 months, yes.
6 months?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then next steps are charted after that.
All right. So it would be great if next year here at CREF, we could see the results of multiple studies like that. So
Hopefully.
really taking that first step towards achieving that potential. Thank you very much, Martin. Turn it over to you, Dr. Henderson.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for staying after 4. I am not sure if I'm there myself, but I'm happy to see you here. Well, large renewables. I'm happy that I had the opportunity to listen to the session before when we spoke about interconnecting the region. Because it seems to me without large renewables, you really have nothing to interconnect. So this is where the discussion has to be. But I think there is an essential component that we must inject into all of this conversation, at least 2. There are several others, but I'll just limit it to 2. 1, building resilience. Whatever we do, we must always ensure embedded in that is resilience building. Because we cannot talk about energy systems in the Caribbean without talking about resilience. And I'm talking about being able to withstand the heat of major, hydrometeorological events or some other natural disasters that we're prone to. But really, plainly speaking, we have to prepare for the hurricanes. So that's 1. The second thing we need to always remember is that we are not just doing this for transition. Well, I don't know, maybe some people are. At least I'm not. In other words, I'm not just trying to cut carbon. I'm cutting carbon, but I'm also ensuring that we can reduce the cost of energy to our people. So it is the end user, the consumers. And how do we achieve that? So after listening to my friend here about wind, and I honestly thought you just had to put a turbine and, somewhere in the ocean and you have offshore wind. But all of these complications, all of these very complex questions that you must answer, the studies that you must do, and, some of the things that have to be taken into account, it seems to me it's not as simple as it may look when you see it from afar. So I think, like geothermal, and my friend in Nevis, I share your pain, brother. I share your pain. And I am not sure if you have been carrying as much burden as I have, because at least I have been really responsible for development of geothermal in Dominica for, the last 20 plus years, personally being involved in one way or the other. And it is not an easy thing, but the investments are very heavy. So in all of that conversation, it seems to me one of the things that must also factor in, how do we de-risk upfront the development of those large renewables? De-risking. Because we can talk about all of these nice things, and I was very happy I heard somebody talk about scale earlier as well. Yeah, somebody spoke about scale. And Joe, scale is really important. We need scale. But if you don't have scale, which is our reality, we have small systems, very small demand, and even the projection for next 10 years is pretty small. How do you de-risk those projects to make them, commercial, bankable? And this is why I think we created, and I'm happy to see almost a full complement of CREF right there. We created CREF, and I see the chairman there, and I'm encouraged, because we felt that CREF would have been able to address two of those questions that I posed earlier. The resilience. How do we get more seeds, appropriate, adaptive, renewable energy technologies in those islands? How do we do that? Two, how do we prepare the projects that they become bankable? So project preparation is very important. The risking upfront. What is the role of governments before the private sector can kick in? Because we're talking about small systems. Now, every island is different. So Bermuda, while it's about maybe 10 times smaller than Dominica, their demand is more than 10 times bigger than ours. That is the reality. So it's not a one-size-fits-all, but we know, looking at the smallest, that in order for these things to become bankable and commercial, we must do the de-risking up front. So, case in point, Dominica. For the last 20 years, the government of Dominica has invested over $50 million developing geothermal power without 1 kilowatt out from that investment. Now, if we were to factor in and to recoup that investment, I don't think anybody in Dominica would be able to afford a kilowatt hour of power. So that is investment that we have put in there, but it is not unlike what is happening in Europe. And please, CREF, bright people as you are, please tell us the full story. When we hear about offshore wind in Europe and all these places, get us the true cost. The true cost. How much is it that the governments themselves have been subsidizing? In Europe, how much subsidies go to geothermal power? We're not hearing about that conversation. So it's not only scale, but subsidies that are being placed by those governments because they can afford it. So Norway can invest in offshore wind because they made so much money in selling oil. Fossil fuel made them money. They can give concessions for EVs. They can give all sorts of incentives to transition. How many of us can afford that? And I believe we need to have a broader conversation where we are honest with each other and honest with the people who come to the table to talk to us, the governments. But, there's another thing, Niels, that you have to also factor into all of these conversations that we've been having. We've been promised, since 2009 in Copenhagen, billions of dollars every year for climate change. And a great part of that was mitigation, transition into renewable energy, and all of these things. Let's ask ourselves, how much have we gotten from that? And when it is made available, How easy is it to get it? And I think we therefore must change that conversation. We cannot be talking around the table to please the same people who've brought us to where we are, who've made promises that they've not fulfilled. And we're talking as if this is not an issue of justice. Transition into renewable energy is a matter of justice. And we cannot talk about all of these great things without addressing the fundamentals. And I'm saying, after being hit by two major hurricanes, which to a great part have been through the contribution of the polluters. Tropical Storm Erica in 2015, 94% of our GDP gone. 2 years later, in 2017, Hurricane Maria, 226% of our GDP gone. We still invest over $20 million to develop geothermal power. Now we found ourselves in a commercial deal, having de-risked the project, but an investor must get a return on his investment, so we understand that, and we encourage that. I encourage private sector participation in renewable energy, but it has to be based on the fact that we can have resilient, seeds-appropriate technologies deployed, and that we can have the risking upfront that would make our consumers pay less at the end of the month.
Excellent. Thank you very much. So clearly there will be benefits from the lower cost to your consumers, maintaining a high level of reliability and resilience that you need in the systems. That's from the putting in place in operation the first geothermal. What are your thoughts or plans regarding geothermal beyond that?
Well, I don't know. I'm not sure if I can walk and chew gum at the same time without tripping. But I'm a sort of a one-track minded guy. I want to get the 10 megawatts online. There's a lot of great conversation, and I see my friend here from Kenneth J. Green, taking place about moving beyond that. And I'm excited about that prospect. Producing green hydrogen is something that excites me. Interconnecting the region and selling more power. But again, I'm not sure who I'm going to sell to because nobody's asked me for power. At one point, Guadalupe and Martinique did. I'm not sure which of the Caribbean countries will. So for us in Dominica, we have this 2 tracks, going on, 2 tracks really. But we need to have also our own internal conversation on building resilience. How do we connect the north of the island to the south of the island, where we have already developed 1 geothermal reservoir that we know of. We have proven, after studying it for several years, having drilled 7 wells. We have done recent studies in the north, and that too is very positive. So there is a prospect, and this is where we intend to develop a major industrial complex that could produce green hydrogen. Again, it depends. Well, scale is important, and there we will have scale, and we expect to see a reduction in the unit cost. But we are really, should I say, getting ready for turning the power on, and I'm still fingers crossed. I, won't be making high fives and cartwheels until, I see that happen. But we signed an agreement last December at the margin of COP28 in Dubai with OMAT. And we've actually started that project. OMAT has already brought some of its team on island. They are now manufacturing the components, and we're expecting by the end of 2025 to have that 10 megawatts online. So that is really, one of the key things. We just concluded the tender process for the construction of new transmission systems, which is coming up to $40 million. So that's another thing that they don't tell you, by the way. You need to get the power to the people, and that takes money. So we had to invest in infrastructure, access to the site, and now we have to invest to get the power onto the grid. And that is only one segment. We're not even talking about phase 2. So we are moving on, and we're looking forward to getting the power online by the end of 2025. That will get us to between 70 and 80% of our power from renewable sources.
All right, thank you very much, and congratulations on the excellent progress. Looking forward to 2025. Elena, turn it over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me here. Today, I would like to highlight some opportunities and challenges for U.S. market with respect to your offshore wind. U.S. offshore wind market is growing pretty fast in the United States, and with the federal government setting ambitious targets of reaching 30 gigawatts by 2030 and aiming 110 gigawatts by 2050, there is a clear roadmap for the expansion of these renewable energy resources. With federal government sets the overreaching targets, it is individual states that play actually very important role in driving the procurement of offshore wind. Substantial policy commitments from several states has total 4.3 gigawatt by 2040. And this has demonstrated strong regional commitment to offshore wind developments. And this commitment is further underscored by total project pipeline by 5.3 gigawatt. Despite this progress, the industry faces various challenges, including financial difficulties, supply chain disruptions. For example, just recently this year, we saw several projects have been canceled in the United States. Also, high inflation rates, high interest rates, and also regulatory hurdles, as well as interconnection problems. These challenges have impacted the project economics, and several PPAs have been canceled. Also, despite of these challenges, there is still a good outlook for offshore wind in the United States. So as we can see, we see a lot of new leases, auctions, and solicitations coming up this year and next year. And we also saw this year announcement for new offshore wind vessels, also new manufacturing facilities, and a lot of also investment in port upgrades and interconnection upgrades as well. The collaborative approach taken by states could improve actually regional markets in a smart. This is a smart strategy. By working together, all states can they can basically leverage the common resources and expertise just to overcome these challenges. Also, reduce project cost and advance offshore wind project development just in general. So for offshore wind developers, this is very crucial to stay proactive in addressing regulatory, economic, and supply chain issues. Despite also these challenges, there is several reasons that it could be still a good and optimistic future for offshore wind. First of all, this could be government support. Like, for example, it's crucial for government to have like incentives for developers. For example, in 2022, IRA or Inflation Reduction Act was introduced. So this helped tremendously to the industry, and it could reduce project cost, reduce the schedule, and like advanced development just in general. Supply chain also persists. Supply issues may persist due to international demand, necessitating strategic planning and collaboration among stakeholders. So for this challenge, it is crucial just to have early planning and strategic, strategic and early planning with respect to supply chain disruption in future. And last point, it's innovation. There are a lot of innovation incentive I envisage in future, and this also could help reduce the project cost and help developers to achieve the financial stability of this project and just like to move forward with the development.
All right, thank you very much for that. Let me ask you, in terms of what's the most important thing you've learned at CREF this year in terms of offshore wind in the Caribbean? What is it that you think is really important to consider.
Yeah, I think it could, so United States challenges, I think this could translate to Caribbean as well. First of all, regulatory framework has to be in place. Second thing, government support. Like it could be crucial to have similar law like IRAs to support like development and to reduce the cost, because the cost is the most one of the most challenging things for Caribbean market. And the last thing, like one of the important thing, I think it's supply chain. So supply chain has to be established, and like we have to be ready for this industry, like, and just to avoid any supply disruption in future. And yeah, I think this is like three main challenges could be like the most important one in order to move forward.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I see we've got a little less than 4 minutes. I'd like to ask the same question to each of the panelists. And this is ahead of our panel next year on the present of large renewables in the Caribbean. What's the most important thing that you need to accomplish this year in terms of getting to a successful panel next year?
I think one of our biggest challenges that we've overcome already, and that is stakeholder engagement. As the minister mentioned, we have had those conversations, those true conversations with the public, with the governments and other stakeholders to let them know how much this costs. We've had town hall meetings. We've had media road shows. So we have engaged the public, we have engaged all stakeholders, and we have their buy-in. The second challenge is getting the interest of developers, and the steps we are taking, we believe, should solicit that engagement. So we are looking forward to launching the solicitation and the expression of interest, and to see what developers are interested in the region.
All right, thank you very much. So effective stakeholder engagement and getting strong interest from potential developers.
For us in St. Kitts Nevis, clearly it will be the drilling of the 5 wells. We figure that once we have accomplished that, the construction of the plant should become quite easy.
All right, very clear and specific. I like it.
For us is to get the numbers a little more finalized. We want to do some more economic modeling for geothermal in the context of the impact on revenues, the impact on what incentives are needed, those kind of national numbers that are needed to help government really develop the policies that could support and facilitate geothermal energy, and to have the conversation brought up to the highest levels of governance.
All right, so to have a full and complete case for geothermal, not just from the sector perspective, but from an economy-wide perspective.
Exactly.
Excellent. Martin?
Yes, I think I'm going to second Nigel here. Give confidence to developers and make sure they feel like they have a clear path they have to navigate, that there's an understanding of the cost and implications, and that they can confidently proceed.
All right, very good. Dr. Henderson?
Yeah, well, I hope by that time I will have some action on the ground. I want to see a plant being built and transmission lines, being installed. So pretty much hoping we can get there. But I'm also hoping that by the time we meet next year, we would have at least been able to mobilize some resources to develop geothermal in the OECS. I think there are too many islands with potential that cannot get beyond just merely knowing that they have the potential and being able to get the type of funding like what the UK provided for us at the CDB and the EU as well to reduce the risk in developing geothermal energy. So I really hope on a regional perspective, we can really rally around that and make some serious progress. And in the case of wind, I'm really hoping we can do some more research, do some more studies, and I'm hoping that our technical, people in the region can look beyond the outlook and the numbers and find out where the concessions are, so that we can have a true picture of really what is before us. So when we approach our partners, we can tell them what it is that we think we need.
Thank you very much. Elena?
I would say early planning, access increase are very crucial at any stage of the project development. Also making sure all major vessels available, making sure all infrastructure is getting ready for offshore wind, including fabrication, construction, O&M facilities. Yeah.
All right, thank you very much. So lots of challenges, lots of ambition, and I'm certain there will be lots of progress. So with that, we'd like to conclude this last panel. Thank you very much. And very.
Wow, what a panel to end on. So much opportunity, and thank you everyone for staying with us to the end of the conference on a Friday afternoon. We've heard so many consistent themes over the past 3 days about bottlenecks, around challenges, but also around the themes of collaboration, stakeholder engagement, the broadening of investors with appetite for the region. And I think we all look forward to taking these opportunities and making them a reality as we move forward. So this brings the event to an end. I don't know if the conference organizers have anything else they'd like to add. They've asked me to just ask you to all go onto the CREF app and provide your feedback. But thank you very much for the privilege of inviting me to attend. Over to you, Jerry.
I know some of you have been here since Tuesday. It's now Friday, and you're in the magic city of Miami. So I stand between you and probably one hell of a party tonight. And then, Matt and I really always, we relish the start of CREF, and we're always sad when CREF comes to an end, because during those 3 intensive days of discussions, we all become friends. We all start to develop relationships. Some of those relationships last, in our case, forever. And we all share a kind of passion and a kind of vision that feeds and grows. And hopefully that was our vision for when we created this meeting space, this conference. And when we close out a physical CREF meeting, it never ends, it goes on in cyberspace, and with the connections that you made and with your WhatsApp chats that you've created, etc. One interesting turnabout is, upstairs for lunch, we had the WIRE, the Women in Renewable Energy, and we gave the awards out, etc. We were privileged this year to have 4 volunteer students, a PhD, someone writing a PhD paper from Princeton, 2 from Stanford, and 1 from University of Miami, all masters and PhD students. They worked really hard, and they came up to me and they said, "We have a proposal for you." I said, "What's the proposal?" They said, you have women in renewable energy. We want you to have students in renewable energy. What do you think of that? Of course, when I discuss it with Matt is like, "So who's going to pay for that, Jerry?" We'll figure that out. But I think that takes us really onto the next generation as we evolve. And that creates a passion that goes from one generation to the next to finally bring some of these projects and some of the work that we do online. So with that being said, I can't close out without recognizing the hard work of Matt, the New Energy Events team, and also the hard work of this hotel. Matt, you want to come up and let them see you, because you're always in the background just working and working while I'm doing the talking. Come on up, Matt. Give Matt a hand. He is about as perfect an English gentleman as you could always meet. And, you know, because I'm a brutal Caribbean man, what we have is we have black and white. Wait, I forgot. We do have black and we do have white here in more ways than one, but Matt makes things happen. And New Energy Event made this whole exposure, this whole experience for the Caribbean, a possible experience that you will keep in your mind, you'll learn from, and you'll generate some business from. So that being said, welcome my buddy Matt, and Matt's gonna say the final word. So thank you all again very much, and as always, you guys stayed until the end, so either that means you think I'm giving you free drinks or something else is going on afterwards. So I'm very much obliged to you for your kind attention. And Matt, take it away, buddy.
Thank you, Jerry. I think I'm going to be much briefer. I'm going to re-emphasize my gratitude to the team. They're amazing. Emma, Amelia, Kerry, they're at the back now. They've done an amazing job. Thank you so much. And really, it's to thank you. You make this conference. It takes a village. It's a big village. We do it together. And you stayed to the end. And I'm grateful for your involvement, grateful for your engagement, grateful for your support. We do it together. Thank you very much indeed.
All right, guys, so safe journey back home. Let's keep in touch, and we'll see you again next year. Thank you all very much. Give yourself a hand. Sorry, guys, somebody left their telephone on stage. Chair number 2. Well, I guess when they try to call Uber, we'll know who it is. They won't have their phone. Amelia, I'll leave it with you. Okay. Oh, she's coming. All right, thanks. You could turn the music back on.